Everyone, and welcome to the TheStable.ca Breakfast with the Horses Winter Open House live from MGM Northfield Park. Track is fast here this morning. Much different weather than we had last night here at the racetrack. Last night it was windy and rainy. It was a little bit warmer than we're used to. And today, Mark, it's very much changed. It could snow outside today.
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, it's cold, but it's nice. It's not raining. I was expecting rain, which I was kind of hoping it'd rain actually. Ziran was, he didn't want to go. He thought he might melt or something. I don't know, but anyways,
him or Anthony, right?
Well, both. It's a win-win for me because I'm not out in the rain. So,
there you go.
But it's nice. It's a beautiful day. Nice conditions to look at the babies. Actually, It's nicer because it's not. I was worried it was going to be windy. I think the wind affects them more than the rain, but it's a nice, just cool, crisp Cleveland December 10th morning.
It's actually not bad considering there's no snow on the ground, right?
Yes, it's beautiful.
So let's talk a little bit. So Mark McDonald's here with me this morning as we take a look at the racetrack again. A fast track here this morning. Track crew's done a great job after racing last night. But Mark McDonald is here with us this morning. And listen, I was talking to Curtis earlier. And,
yes.
we were talking about James. He got his over 10 million last night.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
he's at 3 million behind me. What I did, my best year.
I said it was the best McDonald. He goes, actually, Mark has double the wins.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, and I had a better year than that. But, no, but he's
Who's counting?
Yeah, right? It was easier to do when I did it. I think because we could do more tracks and stuff. So what an achievement! $10 million just basically at Mohawk. I mean, it's tremendous. James, he's batting around 400 up there every time I look. He's winning, and so proud of him. He's just developed into a top driver in the business, and he's just a tremendous athlete. He always was. It didn't matter what he did. You gave him a tennis racket, he was a good tennis player. You gave him a golf club, he was a good golf player. If he focused on it, he was good, and glad to see he's just excelling now in Ontario.
Awesome news, and again, you guys, so the McDonald name is it's synonymous in Canada, right? You guys have, everybody's involved in the business. Of course, Curtis is doing the
Cujo,
Curtis doing Cujo Entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got Anthony back in the barn. You and James both driving. What's that kind of like to have that family environment around you?
It's great. You know what I mean? It's great. I was the first to leave home, and Anthony followed, and then Curtis and James, but. It's just nice to see everybody excelling. Curtis, what a gig he's got going there with his Costa Tifi and everything. He's just so intelligent at what he does, and
I wouldn't give him too much credit. But
yeah, that's true. I don't want to pump him up too much. He might be watching, and everybody, James and Anthony's just excelling. Anthony's just such a great marketer and a promoter, and he just does stuff like this that nobody else does. And they say, people tell me, and they still do. You can't market this anymore. Well. You got to try.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Anthony was about the 7th leading driver at Flamborough when the Slots at Racetracks program went away in Ontario. And he's got, look what he's done. Just from free social media and advertisement and a little savvy and a lot of ground hustle.
Yeah.
So it can be done. And it's nice to see someone doing it.
So lots of great things going on with TheStable.ca. Their motto is own a little, love it a lot, and for good reason. Deb Rush is downstairs. She called herself earlier one of the biggest fans. She was here till like 11 o'clock last night. I'm pretty sure there was a couple of stable horses. But one of the great things about the stable, the access and the barn visits. Anthony actually sent me a list of people going to be visiting today, and of course, in Ohio. Not all of, there's not the whole, licensing and whatnot that you have to deal with a lot of times. So they can get access to the backstretch,
which is great.
See their horse, right?
Absolutely, it's great. That's what we need. That's what was great. I think about when the old Meadowlands had the Hambletonian and the front paddock and everything. It was just so great because in thoroughbreds you're always hands-on. I remember the first time I drove a horse in the North American Cup. I think it was, the first one was American Ideal. I think it was the second one there. It was 06. And we were in the thoroughbred paddock at Woodbine, and it was neat because you're right there, and with all the people, and the people loved that interaction, and it's sad because I feel like in standardbred racing it's lost a little bit. You got to figure out a way to reach out to the fans more.
Yep.
They love to see the horses and athletes and drivers and whatnot. Before the race and. Just to see how, it just makes it more of a hands-on. It makes you want to come to the track. The way our OTB deal is, the money that's bet on track, it's a drop in the bucket for off track, and it's like 3%, 2%, depending on rebates. But to get people to track, they love that. They love it because it's an experience. It's an event.
Absolutely, that's the key. You want to teach people, right? It's an experience. This is something you want to get out and do with your family and friends and whatnot. Right?
Yeah, you go to the track, and it's like, listen, it doesn't matter what you do. I don't care if you're going to the track or you're going to a Cirque du Soleil or wherever. You take your kids. If everybody has fun, and we try not to completely bore them to death, they'll probably come. They'll probably come back. You know, because it is. I think it's a shame that people don't realize how fast we're going and the quick decisions and how dangerous it is. I mean, this could be promoted. I mean, you just I look almost in Formula One what they've done.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right, with their TV shows and stuff, and it's like they were a little behind NAS everywhere, and now look what they've done. You know, just from great savvy marketing.
All right, so set number 1 starting to come onto the racetrack here as we'll take a look. It is a field of, I believe, 6 here, and we were just taking a look at Fire and Shine. This is the only filly in this first set, Mark, that has shares available. It is the daughter of Catch the Fire, the second dam, Primetime Scooty, produced Del Marvelous, some really nice horses.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just trying to look for that. Let me steal here.
Number 5 here, here you go.
Yeah, Fire and Shine, yeah. That's the Catch the Fire. Yeah, Catch the Fire was just such a nice horse. Just a beautiful racehorse. I remember actually during COVID standing in the last turn when Mike Wilder won the Adios with him, and it was kind of a great finish. And Scott Zeron just almost got him at the wire, come flying. But we're standing, me and Anthony and Ron Burke's barn, and it was he was just a beautiful horse. He's I can't imagine. He's a Captain Treacherous. He should be a good sire.
All right, so the camera operator looking for the next one here. I believe that is Rosetta that we are taking a look at here. There's some of the horses as they move up the backstretch. There is Rosetta now on the screen here. Rosetta, a filly, is going to be driven by Amy McDonald here. It is the daughter of Walner, who has become really a monster sire in New Jersey.
Yeah, Walner's just a great horse. He's it's just, I mean, look at that horse, nice long leggy. Walner was a Chapter 7. I mean, Chapter 7 is I think my favorite trotting stallion ever. They're just great horses. It doesn't matter if they're a 10 claimer or an open trotter. You know what? You just love them because they try. And actually, just looking through, this is I see some old Canadian blood here. Charmed Life, that was a great horse. I think the Back's Head, 1.5 million, and then she had Canterbury Hanover and some other ones. So this one's got a lot of pedigree. I'm not surprised it's sold out.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the breeding and the pedigree side of things, right?
Yeah.
Now, I know as a handicapper, great, the first dam, produced, X amount of winners, but I'd like to sometimes go back to the second dam and see what she produced, because a lot of times, you can find some, like, hidden talent. Like, in this case, you've got the Charmed Life and some of the horses that made over $1 million.
Absolutely. You got to go back, and it's you look at their lineage and their blood, and some families are they're just winners. I look at I'll use a Walner, a King of the North, one of my favorites. You look at that mare, right, and that's out of a Donato mare. Check Me Out. She was a world champion.
Yep.
And if you go back, you got Jim Doherty's great mare, no nonsense woman in that family. Yep. I mean, this is just it. I mean, just using that as an example. I mean, so you go back a few generations, and it's like, wow, there's a world champion. There's a world champion. There's a world champion. There's a lot of blood here.
Absolutely. Speaking of King of the North, you and I got a chance to spend some time together doing the CBS show last year. We got to talk a little bit about King of the North. What's what he's up to at all?
Yeah, he's standing stud. He's doing double duty. I think he's going overseas and in Ontario. And I think originally his counts weren't great right when he finished racing.
Okay.
And but I guess he's really doing well. He's really excelling as a stallion. All the mares are getting in full, and exciting to see some of them things on the track. He was just a cool horse to be around.
Now looking at a daughter of Jim Panzi and
boy.
the 4 here, Melisandre, and
Nice.
Anthony is actually driving this one, which tells me, I know Anthony puts himself down on like the best one.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
But let's talk a little bit about this horse, because the sire Jim Panzi kind of had, sort of had to take a backseat to Green Shoe a little bit. Obviously, Green Shoe disappointed in the Hambletonian, but Jim Panzi, really had a strong season.
Oh my God, Jim Panzi was one of the nicest horses I think I've ever seen. I'm not even kidding. He was just a beauty. He could race on the front. He could race off the pace. Brian Sears did an amazing job. some of the races I'd wondered if he was even in them. He'd be so far back, and he'd still win. And then you could launch him at Yonkers and put him on the front end, and this is a cool family. I actually drove the second dam. That's non-stick. She was undefeated at 2. I drove her for Aki's Fonstead, and I went at Vernon with her, and she was just a beautiful filly. And then you have the rebuff in that family. Now this rebuff won the Kentucky Futurity, was the favorite in the Hambletonian.
Yeah.
This is a really deep family. I mean, this is, and I would be shocked if Jim Pansy isn't a stallion. He was just a beauty. He was.
One thing I noticed about Jim Pansy is, and Marcus Melander told me, he's just really just a lazy horse. I saw him come off of the training track one day, and he just stood there for like 10 minutes, just kind of looking around, checking things out. But I love that calm, cool, and collected demeanor.
Yep.
Right? They don't get real hot-headed. They're just super easy to deal with.
Remember, it was always it's like watch the open horses walk onto the track, the good horses, and they walk onto the track.
Absolutely.
Right, they're chill. It's like a good fighter or a good anything. You have to be calm and relaxed Jim Pansy, what a beautiful horse. He was one of my favorites. I've seen in New York in a long time, so it'd be interesting to see.
All right, so they're lining up. Looks like they're going to begin their training set here. And Mark, you've done a few of these and worked with TheStable.ca with these sets. So tell us a little bit about what we're going to see here over the next couple of hours. How do the training sets work and whatnot?
I think they'll just try and go in rhythm. For the most part, they're looking for manners and just structure here. You know what I mean? We're not looking for speed. You're looking for just the way they move, manners, the way they sit in. I'm sure Anthony will be on the front most of the time. Actually, I've seen a FanDuel line on the way here. It moved. It's an interesting prop. It's went from 0 to 0.5, and I think it's a good bet that Anthony may park one of his own horses. So we'll see. I don't know. There's another one that I was looking at. I thought interesting. Maybe parlay it. Was Scott Zeron not beating a horse today?
Let's see what happens. I heard him and Amy got into a fight last night. So
we'll see. Yeah, Amy is definitely, she scares me a little. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, she scares me a little. Yeah.
All right. So they are lining up here. So this is a half-mile track here at MGM Northfield Park. You've driven here in a few stakes races. Very forgiving surface. We had the track resurfaced, so it's in even better shape than it was, even a year ago, right? And,
this is a beautiful place. I mean, it really is. I mean, I see it's great. They have the barn area and the dormitory, and I think it's just what a great setup in the backstretch here. I mean, it's tremendous. That's what we used to have everywhere, and we just don't have it anymore. But Northfield still has it, and MGM and all these guys here. I know they have Yonkers too. I mean, but this place, it seems it's banging.
Yeah, we're thankful that Anthony chose to, when COVID happened and Canada shut down, he asked if, he could, bring his stable down here, and we were, more than willing because they have plenty of racehorses too.
I'm sure Anthony asked for 10 stalls and showed up with 50 horses.
That is exactly what happened. I can attest to that.
He's like 2 in 1 stall, and that's Anthony. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile, but that's you know what? That's why he's good at what he does.
All right, so set number 1 is on the backstretch. They're at the quarter pole now, and we've got Jim Baree, who we didn't really get to talk about much during the, what I would call the post-parade segment, but Jim Baree, driven by Scott Zeron. Nice of Scott to come out and join us here this morning. This is another son of Jim Pansy.
Yeah, this is another one of Jim Pansy. He's got a great-looking stroke there.
Sorry, Philly, my fault. I turned him into a colt.
That's okay. That's okay. I see Anthony's making his way to the front in the shocker. This is a great family too. If you look at the second dam there, that's Crystal Fashion there. That's just Jim Campbell trained that horse, and just a lovely horse. I mean, just a beautiful horse. I think he was a Breeders' Crown winner. Yeah, 2.4 million, and so I mean so the mother is a sister to this one, and I absolutely love this. It's from one foal. I love first foals. They're like that's kind of my, but just a beautiful looking horse. And like I say, it's hard not to like Jim Pansy. Anybody that raced with him or watched him, I mean, he was just a beauty on all size tracks.
Absolutely. So they move into the backstretch here. Looks like they've started what we would consider a training mile for the yearlings, right?
Yeah, I would say they're going 8s here in about 20 seconds. So you figure about if you go 4 8s in 20 seconds, that's a mile and 2:40.
Okay.
So it looks like they're just kind of breezing them up to the front and just kind of continuing that tempo. So.
Now, one thing you have to do is you have to teach these young babies, right? And what I really like is this Rosetta moving up on the outside and just learning to pass horses, right? That's kind of
just they don't really. They're just enjoy. You can just see the group of horses here. They're trotting along, and there's one pacer in the back, but they don't really know how fast they're going right now.
Right.
They're just in with a group and follow the leader, and it's tough to cut them with these are yearlings.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still learning, right?
Well, it's absolutely these horses have had harnesses on for a couple months, a month, 2 months, 5 weeks, depending on where they were purchased. But it's tough to get them all to stay at their task and do what they're doing. But so far, it's a nice looking group here.
Now, let's talk a little bit about Leggy, who's moving up first over there. Hunter Myers is the drive. This is a filly by What the Hill. Now, she seemed to shy away a little bit from the pylons, and she actually handled the turn really well here.
Yep.
She had a few braking issues, but boy, I tell you what, one thing I love a high-stepping trotter, and she looks really nice on the race.
Yeah, you want them to have a nice reach up front so they don't hit their hind shins and stuff like that. And that is that one really has a nice stroke to it.
Yep.
So What the Hill. Yeah, I see the second dam. I mean, that had a mother, Lima Playmate, that some other played tricks on me, and I think that was the nicest tricks, and I think I've seen Linda Toscano had that one. It was a really nice. There's been nice ones, obviously, but that was a cool horse in New Jersey for a couple years there. Linda Toscano had it, and just it was a really nice horse. So I noticed Anthony. One thing I do notice, I did this show a few years ago, and I'm doing it today, and the pages are a lot stronger.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just and the horses in here, they're doing their work, and here comes let's see, it's been a shocker. That's Anthony's making a 3-wide move there.
Of course, you've got LT Troubadour, another one we didn't really get to talk much about on the front end. Actually, just make a break.
It looked like he shied away from the pylons there, right? The red pylons. He just kind of made a little green break and.
Yeah, and again, like you said, these horses are.
I mean,
right on the
this
front
is a big. I don't think people realize what a big ask this is. These are yearlings.
Yeah.
I mean, these are horses that. So you got to remember, horses are herd animals and they're creatures of habit.
Correct.
So, this is all new to them, right? Yes. They're creatures of habit. So you're trying to teach them routine, and so on and so forth, and. They're doing. This is a nice group of horses, a nice group.
Yeah, and interesting to note. So horses they age.
Mm-hmm.
On January 1st they become two or
That's
whatnot.
Right.
But as I'm looking
letter of the law. Yeah.
As I'm looking through this group, you've got some horses that were born in February.
Yes.
And some that were born in April, and of course I see a March over there, but it sort of the February horses almost have a couple of month advantage over the April horses.
It's huge. It's huge, and you know what? I'll just go roll this right back to the TVG finals. Those 3-year-olds race so good, Confederate and Tactical Approach, because in my opinion, I don't know, maybe it's just my opinion. I've been doing it a long time. I think the race the 3-year-olds. Against those kind of just seasoned veteran horses, that's like putting a 16-year-old kid in the NHL.
Yeah.
There will be a Sidney Crosby or a Connor McDavid, maybe there, or insert name, a very talented generational talent that could do it, but I think it's such a tall ask. And those horses race good. Tactical Approach impressed me. Yeah, Confederate too. Imagine coming first up. It's just hard for those horses. I even think it's hard for the 4-year-olds till about August, and then they seem to get their legs underneath them. And I see now Devious Man. I just noticed he's at Yonkers now, and he's a North American Cup winner. He struggled right out of the gate this year, but didn't struggle, just was in really tough, and now look at, he went in 51 first over the other day. These horses, it's just the age, and they mature, it's just like an athlete.
All right, so we'll talk a little bit more about these sires. I want to talk a little bit about What the Hill, one of the new Ohio bred sires. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but we're going to give something away here after each set. We're going to give something away to some lucky people who may be watching and whatnot. And the first winner of the open house $25 client account credit goes to. Thanks, Curtis.
Yes.
It is, I'm going to try to not butcher this. Nyack?
No, I'm not saying it. I refuse to. Yeah.
Hunger Inc. Congratulations.
Maybe
win a $25 client account credit from TheStable.ca. Hey, maybe you could purchase a share of a horse coming up. We actually have 2 available for purchase here both McDonald's will be, or Amy and Anthony will be on a couple of those. But congratulations! We'll be giving away prizes throughout the telecast here, and yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll
no,
give away some good
that's
prizes.
yeah. Curtis really threw a curveball at you there. Yeah. Yeah, but,
Luckily, I can't hear him. He's probably laughing.
Yeah,
at me
no,
like I do,
he's
right?
yeah. And when that, yeah, he's and congratulations to the winner. I mean, that's great, but it's a tough name.
Yeah. So listen, Costa TV. So the reason Curtis isn't here today.
Yes.
So they're going to pull some double duty today.
Yeah.
And, are you going back for the Holiday Driver Challenge?
No, I am not. They're at Western Fair, I know today. One of my favorite tracks. I used to live right around the corner. I won some driving titles there. I also broke some bones there. But anyways, it was one of my favorite places when I was younger. And it's Ian Fleming and everybody at Western Fair always did a great job.
Okay.
And they looked after the horsemen. And that's great. I think it's a Toys for Tots drive.
Yeah,
and
good cause.
Absolutely. And that's one thing they always did good at Western Fair was their philanthropy and giving back.
Okay. Yeah. So there it is. There's the graphic we were looking for. Team McDonald versus Team Borth. Who you
Well,
got?
let's see. Team McDonald. It looks like my friend Paul McKenzie,
Yeah.
Natasha Day, and well, geez, Anthony called this guy Ricky Bobby for so long now. It's Jason Ryan.
Okay.
And I believe it's Dan Clements. I'm not sure. Some of these guys need name tags. I don't know
they
them.
do.
Yeah,
That's
I've been gone for too long, but I know this. Tyler Borth is a really good young driver. He's doing really good in Ontario. I actually drove with his dad, Billy Borth.
Okay.
When I started in Windsor, and so I know a lot of these guys since they were younger. And the kid's doing a really good job. James, I don't know if he'll bring his A game. Maybe who knows.
Might have a big head after last night.
He may he may and I got a feeling that I think it was the Clinton driving tournament. Natasha Day put it to them.
Okay.
Yeah. No, she won that one. So James, recruited her onto his team this time. Guess he got tired of beat by a girl.
Well, I told Curtis. I said last year I did this with Jason McGinnis, and of course, 10 to 12, right? And it ended about 3 o'clock.
Of course.
But that's okay. We had a blast. It was a great time.
Yeah.
But clearly, we got to be done by 12:55 because that's when the action starts over there. So we don't want to mess Curtis up when he's running.
Well,
right?
no, we don't want to. Nobody wants to mess Curtis up. Everybody thinks he's a laid-back one. He can get a little angry.
So funny story about Curtis. While we've got a minute. So I'm doing my first CBS show, and of course I work at Northfield Park. Right? And, you saw how nervous I was for that first show. And
Yes.
I'm standing in front of Cool Papa Bell stall, and I'm going over my script, and he goes, "Hey, Mike." I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Hey, you." He goes, "You sound." He goes, "You sound really good. Things are good. By the way, we're not at Northfield Park. We're at the Meadowlands." And he said it in a not so nice tone. And by the way, you're on in 30 seconds. Good luck.
Yeah. Knock him dead.
It all worked out good. Yeah. So
I can't imagine Curtis doing something like that. It's just shocking. One of my brothers would be a jerk.
No, I was. Listen, I was glad that he. I had never done a national broadcast, so
No.
the fact that he was giving me a little bit of tough love probably meant that he liked me a little bit.
Absolutely, that's the McDonald way. Like if I don't tease you, I can promise you I don't like you.
There you go.
Yeah, I think everybody, Anthony and James and Curtis are all the same way. So yeah, so it's Curtis. Curtis has got a great gig there, and it'd be interesting. Yeah, the Costa TV would be good today. He always does a great job. First started doing it, I remember during COVID. I remember we were doing the twos in training and stuff like that, and it was great. He's done a great job, always has.
Awesome, yeah, and Curtis, this one's for you. Just one more, just remember that.
That's his last one I'm getting. That's his last one he's getting, I'm telling you. From that, it's all downhill after that. Yeah.
All right, set number 2 is getting ready to come up next. We'll talk a little bit about set number 2 here. Keep flipping. Next one, right
There you go.
Set number 2, a talented field of 6 here, and some really interesting sires in this field as well. You've got Dancing Yankee, you've got some Muscle Hill, Lather Up, Poppy Rob Hanover down by the seaside, and Heston Blue Chip. And let's talk a little bit about, and I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the Ohio bred sires, because we see a few of them here. We saw What the Hill. Now, granted, What the Hill was disqualified in the Hambletonian,
Yep.
but from a
He was a beautiful horse, and you know what? I believe he got robbed. I think it was such a. I mean, it could have went either way. It was it was like one of those football plays, you know, where it's like it could be pass interference if it's called, but it's probably not. If it's not, you know, it's not enough to over. It was such a tough call, and it's Dave Miller, just one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. He's a great driver. A lot of respect for him, and I know he wants that handball, just like we all do.
Yeah, and so from a program standpoint, you know, obviously. From a program standpoint, What the Hill did not win the Hambletonian. But if you're looking at because he came back as a 3-year-old and won the TVG. So, but if you're looking at his children,
hard to do. Like,
if you're looking at his lineage, right?
Yes.
You say to yourself, okay, What the Hill. Granted, it's not in the program that he won the Hambletonian, but you know, you're looking at his lineage. You're like, man, Hambletonian winner, TVG winner. I mean, he won, danced all the major dances.
Breeders' Crown that year. Breeders' Crown,
yeah, he was just huge. I mean, if you're looking as an prospective Ohio owner, you're really liking what you see in What the Hill.
It's hard. It would be hard not to like What the Hill. I mean, he was just a really good horse.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see. The Ohio program's so strong right now, and the horses just keep getting better and better and better. And every group it looks like there's, you know, now you're seeing horses come out of the Ohio program like Missile J, stuff like that. And, you know, I looked, I think it was this year at Dayton when they had their big night, and my goodness, the purses, the money they're racing for, and it's just the Midwest is just great. I mean, that really they do a great job. Hoosier Park, all over Ohio, the people love their horses, and Kentucky, you know, they've done, Kentucky's on the rise. They got a great stakes program. So see some of these horses coming up are dual eligibles and stuff like that. So I know Anthony had some nice Kentucky horses last year too.
So one of the horses that does have shares available is Foxy Seaside. Amy McDonald will pick up the drive here. This is a Down by the Seaside, and talk about another power sire in Down by the Seaside. He's really taken not just Ohio by storm, but pretty much the entire country.
Yeah, Down by the Seaside was just I mean, I raced against him. I had a horse for that year. Bloodline was his name. I was racing against him as a 3-year-old, and I was here raced against Brian. Brian Sears came out here and drove him, and he won. Wasn't the Cleveland Classic, but whatever they changed it to, the Milstein, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And it just a good horse. And the Fox Seaside, look, the interest in pedigree, first foal. I love first foals. The mother's winning 51 on a 7/8 mile track, made $250,000, just shy of $250,000. And that's Riggins. That's interesting. I drove Riggins, and that was one of the nicest horses. Tremendous 2-year-old speed. Ray Schnicker actually had him at 2. It was before I actually started working around with Ray. He went like a monster mile at Saratoga, like 53, like we're talking, 15 years ago, and went back to Canada and drove him up there and won at Woodbine when he was 48 or 49. Just a really good horse. So interesting pedigree here coming up. And I'd like Down by the Seaside. I mean, what a year! I mean, he's just turned into a tremendous sire.
All right, another horse that we want to talk about that has shares available is Southwind Ibex. This is a son of Muscle Hill. It is looks like the third foal. We've had, of course, one.
Yeah, 2 other foals.
Survived, one that passed away. So interesting. This first racing foal potentially here in Southwind Ibex.
Yes, and the same thing. I see with a lot of Anthony's horses, they're deep in the second dam and going back. And now we have, look at this, we have Sorella in here. This is a Hambo Oaks winner, made over $1 million. And so the mother's a sister to Sorella and that family. So, a lot of pedigree again, and it's at Muscle Hill. I mean, they're all. It's just, what else can you say?
Right.
It'd be interesting to see the stroke and how it looks on the racetrack. It looks like a nice colt on paper.
Cordelia was a nice horse as well.
Yes,
in her own right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a nice. It was a Catawba, I believe, right? Yeah. Yep.
So real quick, let's take a quick moment to thank a couple of people. Let's thank all the drivers for coming in, right? Scott Zeron, Chris Lenz is here, Hunter Myers, all these guys. Jason Merriman, of course, works for TheStable down at the barn. He might be the best driver they got, but no, Scotty Z, all these guys coming in from out of town to help Anthony and these guys out.
Yeah, no, it's nice. I mean, I was hoping it was raining because, it would have been nicer if it got a little muddy out there, but.
Yeah, right.
It's good. No, it's good. It is. I mean, it's nice, and I'm sure that Anthony, going forward, the way things work in the summer, where they're racing stake races everywhere, I'm sure it'll make a difference. You know, Hunter Myers and them guys, and Scotty, and already drives. It looks like money. Megan's Grand trained this year, and Tactical Mounds. Just a tremendous year with them. So Scotty's, you know, him and Anthony have always been good friends. So it's, always, they've been for a long time.
If you're sitting at home or even downstairs in our clubhouse here, by the way, what a great breakfast they have downstairs for the prospective owners and for current owners. But if you want to take time to thank your caretaker, I mean, I tell you, Anthony's got a ton of people working for him. They work extremely hard.
Yeah.
And obviously, there's an opportunity for the clients to tip their caretakers and riders. For more information, visit your stable.ca packet. I believe it's on page like 5 or 6. It's sitting up here in front of me. There's a little QR code.
Yep.
They do a really, not that, I don't want to say caretakers are forgotten about, but they're kind of sit behind the scenes, right? One thing I did this year, when I wrote up all, of course you've been here for some of our stakes races, but when I did our biographies for each horse, I included each caretaker because they're an important part of this business.
Absolutely, and it's tough. You know, it's a thankless job. It's a lot of hours for not a lot of money. You know, you gotta really love what you do, and especially it's nice here where they have the dormitories and you can kind of stay and you race close to the track. Like the East Coast tracks, New York and New Jersey. I mean, those guys. I mean, because you remember a lot of the tracks are an hour or 2 hours from the farm, and you know the races get done late, and they're expected to be up early, and it is a tough job. It's not an easy job, and hats off to all the caretakers, and that's great, Anthony and TheStable. And Anthony's always thinking outside the box, and that's a great idea.
Speaking of thinking outside the box, so TheStable.ca got off the ground, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago, and it was just this idea, right, that Anthony just wanted to bring people in. In fact, I'm going to mention this because I saw them walk by. He was on me about, media. We, got to try to get some media here. Thanks to 330 to Go, who's a local media source. They cover a lot of events in the Akron, Medina, Summit County area, and they're walking around with Kenny Livengood, our track announcer, here this morning, checking out to see what this is. But Anthony created this idea, right?
Yeah.
That you wanted to get everybody involved in racing, and I'll tell you, it has taken off like a rocket.
Yeah, it has, and he's done a great job. He's really, I like his sales pitch, and I've been in the car with him before, and it's like someone had called. We were going to the Fasig Tipton there, and said they had $60,000 they wanted to invest, and Anthony told them they should call the bank. She's probably going to lose it here. He goes, well, I can promise you you'll have a good time. And, if you like horses and you have some disposable income, this is a way to get in on the cheap. And you never know. Sometimes he has hit home runs.
Look.
Shockingly, but he has.
Yeah, I believe the name is, I'm remiss now. I think it was Lawless Shadow, maybe, or Lawmaker. Lawmaker. That's
Lawmaker.
What it was in the Hamiltonian.
Oh, Lawmaker,
Maybe
White
the
Tiger.
$1 million Hamiltonian. I mean, think about this for a minute. If a horse wins a Hamiltonian, it's $500,000 to the winner.
Yes.
You get, 1% of that. I mean, listen, 1% of $500,000, no matter how you slice it, is good money. It's
good money. So, and I know it's a gamble to get in on those horses, but some of them, even he's sold horses. I think he sold one for $1 million and one for maybe $1 million Canadian. So I mean, it's really good money. It's great to see. He's done a great job. Like I said, I've met more people I think in Kentucky this year with Anthony than I did ever. He's really got a great setup for himself.
Now, don't forget, if you are sitting at home watching our broadcast, or if you're downstairs checking us out, you can send us questions and whatnot.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at some of the comments in the comments section here. Good morning to Jeff Brooks, Trevor Frizzell. See who else is on there? Marlene White Molina, Claire Brisson. Thanks so much for checking out the Stable.ca Training Day live broadcast here this morning. This is the Winter Open House taking place live here from MGM Northfield Park. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the horses as they begin to come onto the racetrack now. Filly by Dancing Yankee. This is Rose Run Alexandra. Dancing Yankee was a very nice horse.
Wasn't he a good horse?
$2 million made, a mark of 147.2, and the first and second dam here really proven.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is Dancing Yankee was a cool horse.
Yep.
Yeah, he was such a cool horse. Josh Green had him for a long time there, and Tyler Buter had him. He actually, I think he's a track record holder at Saratoga on a half-mile track.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he broke Bolt the Door. I had the record there with Bolt the Door, and I think he went a tick faster, like 49 flat or something.
Wow.
That's at nighttime. You got to remember, like that's an insane mile. Tyler Buter was training, or Amber and Tyler had him then. Just a really, really good horse. And if you just this horse is just loaded in both first and second dam, you know. But has a good looking gait to him too.
Yeah, absolutely. Billy Davis sitting at home is watching us at home. So hi, Billy, and he says we got to drag these things out a little bit more. So
A little more drag.
Listen, we do enough of that here. He was probably ready to kill me last night because I was on the switch last night.
Oh yeah. No, actually, if we could just play some Phil Collins or something, you know, just absolutely try and bore them right to death. But no, I'm just kidding.
That's the way to do it. Oh,
we get a little Phil Collins playing while they're post
There you
braid, and it'd
go.
be great. You know, no dead air. Right?
Absolutely.
No dead air here at Northfield Park.
No dead air.
Yeah.
So we've got a gorgeous package. Assuming a daughter of Lather Up, and if you wonder where the name comes from, I'm Gorgeous is the second sire, so to speak, the grandfather of I'm Gorgeous. And you know, you talk about a really a weird kind of set of circumstances. Right? I'm Gorgeous, the sire that nobody had really heard of until Lather Up came around, and all of a sudden, bam, man, Lather Up was just a monster.
Yeah, they were. These are all George Teague horses, right? All Delaware horses, and Montreal drove Lather Up, and boy, was he a good horse. I think it was about a year or two after Wiglet Jiglet, and I mean, we're talking really serious horses, and I think I'm Gorgeous was a really fast horse. He had a nice 3-year-old year. I know he raced for sure in the Little Brown Jug final. I think Andy Miller drove him there, but I was that year was I think 2010. I think Rock and Roll Heaven won it that year. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the big shock out of Lather Up season, right, was the 146
Oh my God.
shocker in
Yeah.
the graduate final.
Yeah.
You know, of course, I call races too, and I tend to get excited, but
Yeah.
you know, even Ken Workington that night was just blown away. I mean,
Yeah.
that mile on that track that night was just unbelievable.
Yeah, he could fly. He struggled a little bit in the turns. He always did, but boy but you put him on that big track and he could really get his stride out, and he was just a great horse.
So Foxy Seaside, this is a filly with shares available. We're looking at her on the racetrack right now, and just looks a little bit green, maybe a little anxious out there on the racetrack, just kind of checking things out. And
Look, yeah, some of these horses you got to remember the pacers. A lot of them come and I see them. They just pace. I see Ray with these Huntsvilles and stuff. They just take off pacing right off the bat. Half them they'll pace free leg, and sometimes you got to remember they're just learning their stride, their stroke. You know, like these trotters, they're figuring their stride out. And the pacers too, you know. So and you got to adjust your equipment and where the hobbles should be, and so on and so forth. And these horses have only been in a short period of time, so you know, to me they're all looking well behaved, and you know, we'll see how this set goes. It looks like a nice group of horses.
Now let me ask you a question. When you take a look at these sets, and you know, of course, trotters, some of them need trot and hobbles. You know, obviously pacers, they can go free-legged or with hobbles. A lot of them go with hobbles, but like we're taking a look at the two here. Southwind Idex is a trotter without hobbles. You know, does that mean anything if they have trot and hobbles or if they don't have trot and hobbles?
No, I don't think it means anything at all. The trot and hobbles definitely don't slow them down.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes I know Anthony last year had some trot and hobbles on them early and then taking them off, and sometimes you just add them on you can add them on the 2-year-olds just to give them that confidence, just to steady them a little bit and let them learn their gait, you know, and then they're not jumping all over themselves and stuff like that. So yeah, Anthony does a good job. Sometimes he likes them hobbles a little tighter than I would, but you know, he gets these things to trot, and you know, Anthony is a really good trainer. He really is.
Now let's talk about a really nice bred horse, but some disappointment from the sire side in Poppy Rob Hanover. And what I mean by that is not that Poppy Rob is a disappointment as a sire, but talk about the disappointment after the Adios elimination. Put up that monster mile. Definitely looked like the next big thing, and unfortunately was injured. Here is a daughter of Poppy Rob Hanover in Country Dancing, and the second dam produced world champion Sintra, who just retired.
Yeah, had a dancing barefoot. And Poppy Rob was a beauty. That 47-1 at the Meadows is no joke. And I was there at the end, and I know his foot was hurting him, and he probably was running away from the pain. But he's interested in some beach somewhere, Sire. So we'll see. Some Beach has been a pretty good stallion for sires. You got Huntsville, you got down by the seaside. They're all Some Beach somewhere. So here you got a Poppy Rob Hanover.
All right, so they are turning, well, I was going to say turning towards the gate, but there is no gate.
No
They
gate.
will do some gate schooling here come, what about that? Let's see, May-ish?
Ish, yeah. Around that. You start to just show them the gate so they know what it is, and they just, like I said, they're creatures of habit. They're pack animals. So usually, it's always nice if you can get an aged horse, get there first so they can kind of see that the thing's not going to kill them, and they understand it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of the horses now at the farms, though, they're on wheels and stuff, so they're exercising on the exercise wheel. So a lot of horses, they usually just drive right up to the gate now. They're very smart breed. Standardbreds are smart horses.
All right, set number 2 is going up here, and actually we are hosting here at Ohio Super Night next year, and it's going to be, I think, in the middle of October.
That's cool.
And so what'll be nice about that is it kind of lets the 2-year-olds kind of, they don't have to start as soon, right? They can, kind of start a little bit later. You can work with them a little bit longer.
Yeah, and like you touched on it earlier on, like you got to remember, sometimes these 2-year-olds will come out banging that are February foals, and then mid-season, all of a sudden these April foals and May foals start developing into their own selves, and they can't, once they develop, that's it, away they go. So it's we'll see. These are yearlings. Remember, these are babies.
All right, so Country Dancing's on the front end here. You've got Blue Ventura, who is sitting in second. Jason Merriman is driving the Colt by Heston Blue Chip. This was one we didn't really get a chance to touch on, but you've got Grandfather American Ideal, the second dam, Barbuda Babe, produced Great Cayman and Unprecedented, along with Odds On Adventura.
Yeah, it's a good family. If you go back to the third dam there, you got even Captive Audience. I think my little brother James drove that horse in the Gold Cup and Saucer. If I'm pretty correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but so it's a good back family there. It's 3 generations, and they've all produced stakes winners. So.
All right, Gorgeous Package is the lather up filly that we were talking about here in third right now.
Yes.
Looking really nice on the racetrack. Really relaxed, really comfortable. Anything sticking out at you from these top 4?
Yeah, just so far, it's just a professional-looking group. Looks like one's having a little trouble catching its stride back there.
Yeah, Foxy. Was that Foxy Seaside.
Foxy Seaside. Yeah, that's Amy. We won't hold it against her. It's all right.
Now, Foxy Seaside. One thing about her. Now, granted, she was off stride there for a moment, but she did have some speed there, so that's important to note, right? I mean, she's got some kind of speed in her. You don't want her to run, obviously, but.
No, you can just see it's just not in rhythm. Like hadn't really caught its stride yet. She will. It just hasn't yet. I can see it's not. Just figuring it out.
Yep.
Now,
Southwind Idex is first up here on the outside. This is another horse that has shares available, 30% available actually.
I like this horse.
This is a really, I love, like I said, I love a high stepping horse.
He's just got great knee action up front, and just I really like this horse, and I can tell Anthony's just trying to help Amy get this one gated, so so that just tells me anytime you see when you got the 2-year-old trotters, and I've seen it with Ray Schnicker with King of the North, and he's had some really good 2-year-olds. The good 2-year-old trotters, they do tend to train down with the pacers, and the other group is, so I see this one Anthony's. I mean, I really like this horse.
Now, how about this Rose Run
Super
Alexandra?
professional.
Wow, look at this. And, Rose Run Alexandra running up on the outside here for Scott Zeron. And listen, Scotty's going to break our bet here.
Well, it's not mine. It's FanDuel set the line. He's not home yet either. I'm sure if Amy gets this thing pacing, and Anthony looks like he's making a move with his trotter here with some nice speed.
Wow, look at this thing.
Yeah,
Southwind Idex.
Yeah.
30% available. I might have to go buy 29% of this.
You know what? I tell you what, it's got a beautiful stroke, and I could tell Anthony was just out there kind of guiding along Amy, and
caught on the line a little bit there.
It's just that horse is just looking around. He's green. He just shied away. He's looking around, and
Really nice trot.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
yeah, I just sat out there last and just brushed to the front and professional. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that's a really, if you're sitting at home wondering,
Yeah.
hey, are we gonna, do I buy one? Do I not? Southwind IDEX.
That's
is
as good
definitely
as,
one I'd
yeah,
consider,
that's,
right?
that, so far, that's probably be my favorite one that I've seen,
Let's see here. I'm
just,
gonna try to look up the price of this horse while we're sitting here. But any others that kind of jump out at you here, Mark?
the whole group, it looks like Amy's kind of got that down by the seaside on making a little break there. That one's just having a bad day. Sometimes they're just having a bad day,
Yeah.
too. I kind of had my eye on this, on Gorgeous Package, the one Chris Lems, I think that's him moving now.
Yes.
And this one looks like it's got a really nice brush, super professional. I just still really like this trotter, Anthony's. And it sat parked and then just moved to the front, and I can tell you he's looking for horses right now. Like, he's green. You can see he's half running in and pulling up a little bit. And
Yep.
they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But
Southwind IDEX is a New Jersey bred trotting colt, $757 Canadian per share
Yeah.
for Southwind IDEX. Who is this? Wow, look at Blue Ventura closing.
Yeah.
That's a big kid.
that
Wow.
horse looked really good.
Holy smokes.
Really
Out
nice
of the
gated.
clouds.
I don't know.
Blue Ventura is
It's
sold out.
It's a Heston Blue Chip, and Heston Blue Chip, actually, I think that's Eric Cherry's sire. And he's had some nice horses the last couple of years. He's surprised me. He was a beautiful racehorse. He hadn't thrown much, and he's had a good couple of years.
Now, what I really liked about that horse was, of course, we're not racing here, right? But
Yes.
they sort of knew where the finish line was.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
That's the key, right? You want to be able to get there and get to the.
And the way he was doing it, like you could tell he's liking his work. He's just sitting there with the bit in his mouth and liking his work and finishing his mile nice. He's feeling good about himself. That's what you want. That's what you're looking for right there.
Yeah, not super hot-headed, just super
No,
relaxed, not
yes.
washed out at all, which is
No.
really nice. That was a pretty effortless move there.
Nice group for a nice bunch of, like I said, these are yearlings. I've had a harness on for about a month.
Yeah.
So
Let's talk a little bit about that, right?
Yeah.
So what is the process like breaking these horses? They call it breaking yearlings.
Listen, it's not an easy process. It depends on the individual, right? Sometimes they can be tough, and people get injured. Sometimes like a friend of mine, Irish Joe Haney, was with a yearling, got kicked in the head this year, almost got killed.
Yeah.
I mean, these things. But once they figure it out, most of the times it's just they're scared. They don't know what they're doing because now you're introducing it's out of the routine.
Yep.
You're putting a harness on them. They don't know what it is. But once they see other horses and they're like, oh, they accept it and it's okay, then they're good. But it's a process to get them all. Forget about just getting them broke. To get them gated and get them going in sets of 6 like that, it's hard to do, and it's early. We're talking December 10th, so it's good. These are yearlings.
Yep, we'll talk a little bit more about the breaking process
Yeah.
here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to give away another prize. Hopefully Curtis picked an easier name this go around before we head into set number 3.
No disrespect, obviously.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll talk about some of the 2023 highlights this year as well here in just a moment. So Curtis is getting ready to pick a winner. We're going to give away a prize after every set, another $25 client account credit. There we go.
Yeah.
Joe Cabral. Cabral, congratulations. You won a $25 client account credit. And those client account credits, listen, $25 might not sound like much, but you buy one for $25. Who knows? Could be the next champion.
You could buy a share of a horse. Literally, some of these horses, yeah. For you wouldn't have to throw much more to it to own a small piece, and a lot of people I think people like to come to the track and watch their horses race and get their picture taken, and that's what it's all about. It's entertainment, and you're gonna spend that. I mean, nowadays to have a good time and go out with your friends or whatnot, or go to the movies, it costs a lot of money. So this is just actually, for what you're getting, it's a great price.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we'll talk about set number 3 here in just a moment. Michael Carter alongside of Mark McDonald as we do the TheStable.ca open house. what a great event this has kind of turned into. Now, granted, we're glad to host it for the, sorry, Steve, I think I hit my mic there, but we're glad to host it for the second straight year. This was a event that started in Ontario, and you bring out food trucks and, what have you.
Yes.
And now they're doing a nice breakfast spread downstairs.
Yeah.
And, Anthony's kind of made Northfield Park home.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Northfield's been nice to Anthony. With the setup there with the stalls, and I know he's got the wheel back there and an equicizer, and there's I think a water treadmill. I mean, it's a really great setup for him. I mean, and the cheaper stall rent and a beautiful track to train on.
Yeah, that's the key, right? When Anthony first came out here, he was like, it's going to be nice. Of course they were at Tomoko. Which, I mean, great training facility, and whatnot. But now you're stable at the racetrack. You've got the track manicured every day during the wintertime and whatnot. And you never know what you're going to get, obviously. But, there's plenty of space back there.
It's a beautiful track. I mean, to train on. I mean, you couldn't ask for a nicer track to train on. And I think MGM has just been more than nice. And it just shows, I think they do want to promote it.
Yep.
Right? Or they wouldn't let them do it.
Yeah, that's the key, right? So MGM,
nice.
We're lucky because MGM's put a lot of money. I mean, we just
I see it out there. It's beautiful.
Board, Winter Circle's brand new.
Yep.
I mean, we just redid the racetrack, so lots of opportunity.
No, I popped by here last night when we get in town and watched the last few races and heckled a few of the drivers, of course. A couple buddies of mine, but so some of them took it better than others.
You got to pick on Aaron Merriman a little bit, right?
Well, threw a little shade his way. Ronnie Wren, a couple guys, but they're all good guys. But I actually started with Aaron. Aaron come up to Windsor when I was driving to Windsor. He was driving to Toledo, so me and Aaron started at the same time. We're the exact same age. So he's a worker. I'll tell you what. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it.
No, I wouldn't want to do it either.
I don't know how he does it. I mean,
for 8 years,
well, it's the hustle.
Nothing,
it's
right?
the hustle, every day. It's like Groundhog Day. You just, guy's a worker, man. I'll tell you.
So
God love him.
One of the 2023 highlights from TheStable.ca, we touched on Tactical
Oh, yeah.
a little bit
Yeah,
ago.
she's a beautiful filly.
Major win, including Continental victory on a Hambletonian day. First of all, listen, let's talk about, being the Hambletonian's great, no problem. To win a race just on Hambletonian day in general
It's tough.
is huge, right?
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, absolutely. I remember, I think the first Hambletonian day I drove on was, I think it was 2002 with Cam Cracker for Mark Carter, and super long. He was long. He was getting a little long in the tooth, and but just to be there, was tremendous. And I know Tactical Mounds had a great year. I drove her as a 2-year-old. She's a nice filly. I think I won with her at Pocono a couple times, and really turned into a nice horse for Anthony this summer.
All right, set number 3 is coming up here in just a little bit. Another field of 6. Anthony McDonald will drive the 1. She sits at the bar. Jason Merritt on High Hopes. Chris Lems on Freedom Hill. Hunter Myers on I'm a Trucker. Oh Hill No for Amy McDonald. And Speed of Sound with Scotty Z. And before we touch on these horses, Mark, let's of course Scott Z. I know we joke with him. He's a buddy of ours, but
yes,
Scott has had just a phenomenal season. I mean, granted, I know Otis Fonsted's had a great year from the training side, but him and Linda have just done some amazing things this year.
Oh, they have. Yeah, I mean, Linda Toscano is one of the best trainers in the business. She's very astute, very sharp. I mean, consistency for a long time. Like always with nice horses. And Scotty, I was so happy to see Scotty bounce back. I tried it last year when he was hurt. I literally begged him to drive in Kentucky. I begged him to take his colors, and he didn't want to, and he was going to take the rest of the year off. And it worked out super good for me because I think he took all my drives the second week. But I was really happy he showed up. But I literally, and then he ended up winning the Breeders' Crown at the end of the year, the 3-year-old Pace and Filly division for Nancy Tactor, and so happy for him. And I know, because it's hard when you get banged up at that level.
Yep.
It's so competitive. There's so many good drivers out there. How do you get your foot back in the door in the Grand Circuit? And Scotty just, his foot back in the door, he kicked it right in. He won everything. He won the Hambletonian, and just tremendous drives. Patient sitting in, and I always tell Scotty, they call him the money man. I always say, Scotty, your life is a boulevard of green lights.
Yes,
but he works really hard. He's super dedicated, and I can tell you one thing though, I've seen some caution flags out there today. he might be on that boulevard of green lights, but I've seen a caution flags. He moved one to the front there, and I got a feel that's out of fear. I don't know.
Okay.
But
Well, listen. Well, I heard Nancy Tactor told me he became Jesus earlier in the Hambletonian. He had like a Moses moment where they just he just found his way through.
Kept coming left and staying patient and just driving for a check, and lo and behold, I think Yannick actually. Celebrity Bambino looked like, and at the half, I'll never forget when George Brennan won it with Broadbond, and they were interviewing him after, and he said he got to the half in 55-3 or something, and he said, "Well, I did my job. Now it's up to him." And I think Yannick did his job, and the horse kind of let him down, and Scotty come from nowhere up the rail, and it's just kudos to him.
How important? Obviously you've been driving for a long time. How important is the trip? In those moments.
Oh, right? Yeah, it's everything. Because they're so competitive. There's such high end. We're talking the best trotters in North America, and it's so competitive and tough. So yeah, when you can get a nice trip, especially on a big track, you know what I mean? Not hurt them early, and that's what happens. You can get lucky and just go up the rail. So it's all about the trip. It is. It's sometimes you can have the 2-hole and get a horrible trip, and sometimes you can have the 10-hole and just get right up the rail and win. Right. Last year it was interesting. The Hambo Oaks and the Hamiltonian both won out of the 10-hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, but tell me when you'll see that again.
Yeah. It'll be a while. That's
it will be a long while.
Interesting story about that. Tim Tetrick has won the Hambletonian Oaks 2 years in a row, both from post 10.
Yep.
So
yeah, he did. Yeah. Yes, fashion.
It's amazing how those things kind of shake out.
Yeah, and the one on the front and the one right from last.
Yeah.
Out of the clouds. Yeah. So that win in the Hambo Oaks last year for Timmy was impressive with Melander's trot and filly, Marcus Melander's trot and filly.
All right, set number 3 coming up here in just a little bit. Again, field of 6 will be coming out. This is set number 3 of, I believe we've got, 6 or 7
yeah,
today?
6, I believe.
Well, I see before set 9.
Is there 7?
I see before
9?
set 9 on our thing. So we've got a little ways to go here. If you're having breakfast downstairs this morning, hopefully you are enjoying that breakfast. Something you and I didn't get the chance to.
No, we did not. No.
Looks like 7 sets. So
yeah.
That's not so
we made a parkade in too many birthday beers last night when I got here. So
that's right. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
What are you, 25?
39 again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm stuck there. I don't know why. I just keep going backwards again. But it does take time in between, and people I don't think appreciate when we were talking about the grooms earlier on about how hard it is to get, we're talking 6 yearlings off the track, bikes, jog carts off, unhooked. Let's hope nobody gets run over or stepped on because these horses are green. And then let's get 6 more right back out, saddle pads on. It's not an easy job. I mean, this is going pretty good. It's not easy.
Now let's talk a little bit about horse mannerism, right?
Yes.
So everybody talked about Confederate in the TVG, and granted the trip. Listen, the trip was just absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Granted, I know a lot of people said he was parked the mile. I'd say he was parked for about 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, the post position hurt. But
the key to this whole thing is they're still animals. They're not machines, right? They can still be great and have a bad day.
Absolutely. I mean, they all get beat, and like I said, you start. Show me a 16-year-old that can play in the NHL.
Absolutely.
And it's tough. Those 3-year-olds jumping up, and Confederate. I think if he's got a better post position, is a different story.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of Donato Hanover, some beat somewhere. I mean, as you go through history, all the great ones got beat at some point in their career, and not to take anything away from them at all. Of course, Confederate is one of the high horses for Horse of the Year. To me, if Tactical Advantage wins the TVG, now granted that was a huge effort in the TVG. If he wins, he could potentially make a run at Confederate. So it'll be interesting to see how the voters kind of.
Yeah, I like Tactical Mounds. I really do. I like Tactical Mounds.
Tactical Advantage.
Yeah,
Tactical Approach.
Tactical Approach. Yeah, we got a lot of tacticals going on there. But I do like Tactical Mounds too. But Tactical Advantage. I mean, it won the Kentucky Futurity. It won the Hamiltonian. It won the Breeders' Crown. It was a really good second in the TVG.
huge resume for potential horse of the year. Right?
I mean, he's in the conversation.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, I mean,
And,
he's a good
you
horse.
know, listen, and I'm all about the Confederates of the world. I think Confederates got a really good shot, but I
course,
personally,
course.
of course, I'm thankful enough to have a vote. I'm still kind of weighing my options, but right now to me it's 51-49 tactical approach. So
yeah, I'm not going to argue with you.
tough.
Yeah, I think it's a coin toss. I think a lot of people are probably going to end up on those two horses, and I mean they're just two great horses. I mean, the Confederate, his race in the Meadowlands Pace was one of the most impressive miles of the year.
Yeah.
He just destroyed them. I mean, he literally looked like he was in with 4,000 claimers or something. I mean, he just beat the best there was to death, and he got traffic in the North American Cup.
Yep.
And that was Scotty with his Boulevard of Green Lights again. He was on the front with one of Linda's, and they won. And that horse deserved to win. That was a good horse. But Timmy got kind of mired in traffic and was flying late. And Confederate, I mean, what else can you say, right?
Yeah, and we talk about how tough that TVG is to win as a 3-year-old. I mean, listen, a 47-48 mile against 3-year-olds is a lot different than 47-48 against some by the missile and tattoo.
These are just seasoned horses, yeah, and you're absolutely, and it's like I say, I'm just gonna keep nailing it. That it's like putting a 16-year-old in the NHL. It's hard to do, and put him on the right line and get the right pass, he'll probably score a goal. But Confederate had the 9-hole, not the 2-hole. He sits in up close. It's a different story. It's a different ball game. Yeah.
So and again, I mean, a lot of times, that's of course we've got. Thankfully now you've got the graduate series for the 4-year-olds.
It's a great series. Yeah.
Make some rounds by themselves and kind of learn how to beat. You won a few. Did you win a few?
I won one of them with Hurricane Emperor. My boy there, 2020, I was off a whole year. A special win actually. Yeah. That was a cool race. 47 flat.
Big effort.
Oh my gosh, he's a good horse. He was such a nice horse. John McDermott. That horse just had no luck, and we were coming out of COVID, and everything was shut down, and was actually super appreciative to get that drive. Missed a whole year, and to back into a horse like that's a cool horse.
Now we touched on the COVID year, 2020 a little bit, but it changed racing so much.
Absolutely.
Over the 3 or 4 months. I mean, we had tracks shut down and whatnot, and luckily. I mean, I was working for the U.S. Trotting Association at the time, and one of my jobs was to sit in on the racing commission meetings and determine, okay, are they going to start racing? Are they not? And Ohio was the first jurisdiction to get back to racing, but it really kind of changed the landscape a little bit.
Did.
You sort of had to change things up.
Yeah, it sure did. You had like you said, Ohio got going, then tracks would open like Yonkers, 7, 8 races because they had to have distancing.
Absolutely.
And 75 drivers in the paddock, because nowhere's open, and everybody's hustling, and it was super tough to just hang in there for that year. You know what I mean? And hustle. I remember I was doing the Kentucky Sire Stakes, and I was literally like renting a car and driving to Kentucky and driving right back from New York. It's 10, 11, 12 hours. Looks like.
Yeah.
Next
set is
on its way.
So Anthony McDonald, she sits at the bar. This is the daughter of bar hopping.
Oh yes.
And really nice filly here. Of course, the first dam produced Volume 8, who made over $400,000. If you take a look at the second dam, a couple of over $100,000 winners there.
Yeah. Volume 8 was a beautiful horse. Chapter 7, Old Daly had him in. The end of the year, he won the kindergarten and the as a 2-year-old, and he was actually like an early morning favorite in the Hamiltonian, and I don't know if he got injured. I'm not exactly sure what happened to him. He was a beautiful horse, and he just absolutely destroyed them at the end of the 2-year-old year in the Valley Victory in the kindergarten.
Yeah,
and just a beautiful horse. So we're talking like a half-sister to a horse like that. You know what I mean? Like
that's really nice.
It's
really nice.
I believe he just went to stud maybe at Hanover too, Volume 8.
Okay.
I think I'm not sure where he went, but so this is a half-sister, so it's interesting.
It's the only one in this set with shares available. This is Freedom Hill. Freedom Hill has 5% left. And Freedom Hill will be driven by Chris Lems, currently $305.85 Canadian per share.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing I liked about this filly, and we'll touch on it here for a minute,
Yep.
Went right by the tractor.
Yeah.
And cool as a cucumber. Didn't make a break. Didn't seem to phase her all that much. That's important, right?
Well, temperament's definitely something. I mean,
look at her ears.
Yeah, and just a very nice looking trotter, nice and square, and the ears pricked right up. Looks like enjoying the work. It's a first foal. I love that. It's a Chapter 7 mare and a first foal. You know, and it's a what the hill. So.
Yeah, and like the horse we saw down by the seaside. You know, her ears were pinned. You know, she clearly, just not that she wasn't comfortable. It wasn't a good day, right? But this horse clearly looked comfortable out there. On the racetrack.
Yeah. She definitely looks like she's enjoying herself, and she's having, it's nice when they like their work. You know what I mean? Some of them, most of them do. They do. They like it, and you can see this one's got a little pep in its step.
Yeah.
So.
Chris McCarrott, a thoroughbred jockey, he rode a horse by the name of Tiz Now, and he always said, after the race, he'd prick his ears back and get a little antsy. He goes, it's boring in the barn. I don't want to go back to the barn. I enjoy the racetrack.
A lot of them, no, they're competitive. The horse, some of them, they just love their work, and it's nice when you're like mid last turn and you kind of suck a tooth and they prick their ears up like they're looking for more. It's like good. Sweet, you're still there.
All right, the 5 O Hill No. This is a What the Hill filly. Georgie Hall is the first dam by Dewey Cheatham and Howe, who is a Hambletonian in his own right. Talk about a nice horse in Dewey Cheatham.
Oh my God!
But O Hill No is a regally bred filly as well.
And this is like Dewey. I go back to Dewey. I mean, I think people, because he wasn't a great sire, obviously.
Yes.
He's probably a better Amish horse sire than a race sire. He had some good ones. I know Dewey Color in the Line made over $1 million, won the Yonkers Trot. But Dewey Cheatham and Howe's a racehorse. Is one of the best trotters I've ever seen. I mean, he's the only undefeated horse to ever win the Hambletonian.
Yep.
Sometimes people forget that. And then he won the Canadian Trotting Classic at the 10-hole. And then he won the Kentucky Futurity. All those races were up close or on the front. At 3, he won the Kentucky Futurity from 12th.
Wow.
I mean,
that's insane.
right? I mean, I think people forget how good of a horse he was. But anyway, so we'll see what happens here with this Oh Hill No. What the hill?
The one she sits at the bar. This is one of what I would call the younger horses. This is a May foal, so May of 22.
Yes.
Second dam American Lassie, who produced some very nice horses in her own right, and of course the third dam produced some as well. And look at her on the racetrack.
And you can see, look at her in her hindquarters and stuff, and she's just, I see Anthony has the hobbles on her. You can tell, like she's a Mayfoal. So you got to remember how like immature mentally this horse is. Like
she's 3 months behind everybody else.
Yeah, she's 3, and it makes a big deal when they're this young. I mean, when they're race horses, it doesn't. But when you're babies like this, you can tell sometimes like you just. I see, like he's got the hobbles. Maybe it's for focus. I don't know. Let's see what she.
I mean, maybe here. So let's look at it from like a human aspect, right?
Absolutely.
So if you have a 1-year-old that was born in February, in January, and a 1-year-old that was born in, say, I don't know, April. I mean, it's different, right?
This is May. I mean,
right?
absolutely. Well, you're asking them to compete against one another right away.
Yeah.
It's
a huge ask.
3 months doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot.
Well, and here's the thing: we're dealing with horses that are, they're just nervous by nature, right? They're just nervous animals, just in general. And,
I'm gonna half disagree a little bit.
Okay.
I think the nervousness is they're just not sure what they're supposed to do yet.
Right. That's what
So it's like they're out there, and you're trying to teach them on what they're supposed to do, and it's always nice if you have some to follow. Some are more mature than others. I'm guessing this one Anthony's is gonna have to follow because it's a May fall.
Yep.
Mentally. Probably not even close to being where the other ones are yet.
Gotcha.
But they're creatures of habit, and once they do it, repetition 5 or 6 times, they understand this is what they're supposed to do, and then they start to settle and catch their stride. And a lot of horses, so you'll see Anthony, I know he'll put hobbles on them early, trotting hobbles to trotters, and take them off once they start to mature mentally. Yep.
Now, the 4 I'm a Trucker is a son of Rompaway Wally. This is a name I haven't seen in a while. Rompaway Wally. Do you remember Colonial Downs?
I do.
Way back when
I
he competed out there for the Harmon gang.
I do remember. I remember the horse actually, but
horse.
But Colonial Downs. Yeah, I remember the first time I watched Colonial Downs was, I think it was about '98, and Art Escape won the. I was with Bob McIntosh's
Yeah,
crew
yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
track kitchen at Windsor Raceway, and he had gotten parked the entire mile and won the Breeders' Crown at Colonial Downs.
amazing, wasn't
Yeah, that was a cool race. Well, and I was with the right crew because we won.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
everybody loves it when you win, right?
That was the home of the first 149.
Oh,
149.
well, they would
trot.
yeah, they would come out of the chute.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Good luck trying to catch Dan Dubé coming out of a chute.
Man, I always swear that you know, if they would have kept that as a harness track, Confederate would have probably gone in like 40
Oh,
over that racetrack.
who knows? Yeah, it was insanity.
Had the hub rail. How
Yeah,
scary was that, right?
Yeah. Oh, I drove with hub rails. Started Windsor, Western Fair. They had hub rails. I was thrown over one and under one a couple times.
Yeah. Well, and we talk about the safety of the game. You know, obviously we have pylons now.
Yeah, the hell.
very
Yeah.
few,
Yep.
there's very few that have hub rails, but
Yes.
the pylons change the game from a driver's perspective. You know, from a safety
Yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes it just if everybody has to go in one direction, it's hard to miss something. If something does happen, you know, God forbid it, but it doesn't happen often, but it does.
Absolutely.
And you know, it gives you the opportunity where you maybe can go left instead of right. Where if you, I'll never forget the first time I was with a hub rail when the horse went down, and I was like fifth, 5 horses behind him, and just trying to go around that, it just wasn't happening.
Yeah,
it just happened too quick. But here we go.
At least here you got somewhere to go. But
Yeah.
So we've got I'm a Trucker in front of She Sits at the Bar. The
Yeah.
6 speed of speed of the
Sound.
Speed
Speed of sound. Yeah.
This is one I wanted to actually talk to you about, and we haven't really touched on
Yeah,
it
yeah.
yet. But there's really no lineage here. So
Yep.
tell us a little bit about what you think about this one, and maybe what you know about breeding. You know, maybe some of the parents.
Yeah, I mean, enjoy. I'm not familiar with the family. It's European, right? This is a Swedish family. Ramona Ass is the mother. It's an Enjoy Levesque. Second foal. The first one was a Cantab. It says it's qualified. I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to look at look it up. Sambuca Slide. I'm not sure, but so with the European horses, like there's not a whole lot to.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to dissect there. Right?
Yeah, because you don't really got much. It just says as above, 1 foal, right? It's you don't really.
See if I can look up this qualifier really quick while we're sitting here.
Yeah, Sambuca. I don't know who had it or.
Let's see, Sambuca Slide.
Yeah.
Qualified. Looks like it's Saratoga and was distance. This was back in 2023.
Yeah.
Just
Made a
never,
break, it
so
looks
I
like.
wouldn't say that. The
Yeah,
horse
I
is
wouldn't even.
qualified.
Yeah, I wouldn't give that a qualifying line.
No. Looks like Scott.
Mungina
Yeah.
and Jay Randall
Jay
drove it.
Randall.
Yeah, and it's qualified when is.
Back in June
Yeah.
this year.
Early qualifier, made a break or something happened, trot much, and then nothing afterwards.
Yeah,
So there's not a lot to go on here because there's just not a lot of information on the European horses. You know?
Absolutely.
So it's a tactical landing. I mean, if you can go off the sire, tactical landing. You know, was Hambletonian winner this year. He sired the Hambletonian winner.
All right, we've got I'm a Trucker on the front end here, and I'm a Trucker again. You know, we talked about Rompaway Wally. Actually, Lauren just sent me a text. She was happy that we gave them a shout out.
Yeah.
So a really nice. You know, of course, we talked about how nice Rompaway Wally was.
Yeah.
I made just shy of $300,000, but this is a nice gelding on the front end here. I really like his stride. You know, really comfortable on the front end. You know, as they go through the birds there, just don't let it bother him. Just kind of, you know, just kind of do his thing.
He's just trucking right along, and he's out of an old Mr. Levesque mare, some old breeding here. Mr. Levesque. It was an old Jimmy Tactor horse with top stallion in Ontario in early 2005.
The son of Uncle Peter, High Hopes, just took the lead here. High Hopes, driven by Jason Merriman. Jason's gotten to drive some really nice ones.
I think,
really
I don't
nice
know,
ones
yeah,
this morning.
Jason must be getting the pick here or something. Like, I don't know what's going on. Anthony likes to try and take the better ones, but we'll see. He's been putting a lot of them on the run, Anthony, so I've noticed that. But that's kind of what he does. You know.
And what I like about High Hopes here, you know, Freedom Hill's striding up to her. And she's not really letting her go. She's trying to like fight on a little bit.
No, and I think Amy got a little lost just trying to keep up there with the oh hell no. And I see that little May foal starting to. Anthony's got her back in gear. So.
Look at this though. I mean, High Hopes. You know, obviously, you know, these moments are all about teaching, and of course, Jason's talking to Chris Lems. Look at these two. I love the heart of these horses. I mean, they're earning their guts here.
Yeah, I like the one that probably my favorite in that bunch. The one that with the 3 horse there, is the one Jason had. I think. Was it High Hopes?
Yes.
Yes. Or no, Freedom Hill. Freedom Hill.
Freedom Hill. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Freedom Hill is. I mean, there you can still see him. Check out that gate. He's got just such a beautiful stroke.
So set number 3 is complete, and again, we saw some really nice horses here, but the 2 that jump out,
Anthony's. This one, I tell you what, this little filly's.
Yeah, she sits at the bar.
Yeah.
Look at her. Now, I think they wrapped up their segment.
They have, but he
really
just
came
let
back
her.
strong.
Yeah, she just finished. She finished up her mile really nice there. That's.
Now you've trained babies down.
Yes.
Obviously, when you're in these sets, okay, great, they do what they do, but when they finish strong like that, letting them kind of do their own thing.
Yeah.
I mean, how important is that?
Oh, it is. I remember Bob McIntosh going out and training colts with him, and they would always train him 5 quarters, and the 5th quarter was always the fastest, and he'd do double headers, they'd pull up and walk and everything, and it's nice you see a horse not looking for the wire, right?
Yes.
Like he's liking his work, or she was liking her work, and that's that's a really nice filly, and it's a bar hopping. I really like bar hopping as a stallion. Unfortunately, passed away, and I said that's a sister to Volume 8.
Yes.
One of the early book Hambo favorites last year.
All right, so set number 3 is complete. We'll be drawing another winner here in just a few minutes, and as they get ready to head back to the pack, as you said, it's knock on wood, it's been a pretty easy morning so far.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, because anything can happen with these.
Absolutely.
These are yearlings. Anything can happen, and so you got to remember now they're going back to the barn. That's 6 jog carts to take off, 6 numbers to change, harness, bath, get them in their stall, give them their hay, and then get the next group out. It's not easy. Those grooms are working hard.
Congratulations to Deb Rush. She's sitting downstairs. So Deb, congratulations. You get a $25 client account credit, and congratulations to Deb Rush. She does great work. She owns, I think she said that her horses have made close to $500,000 just in general throughout her entire time of owning with TheStable.ca. So
that's great.
She's gotten a chance to.
Well, and she gets another $25 there.
That's right.
Good
for her. All right, 2023 highlights. We'll touch on a pickpocket.
Yeah.
Stole the hearts of many clients in his rookie campaign. Went to Kentucky, and how about that Kentucky program? Let's touch on that.
God, yeah.
I mean, the dual eligibility down there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing.
It's almost turned to where it's not dual eligible, because if you're Kentucky bred, you just go to Kentucky.
Right.
You might hit a stake or two, but it's an interesting model, because I feel like it's left, especially Pennsylvania and New York. You'll see a lot of sire stakes with one division.
Yep.
A lot of the good trotters, the good Chapter 7s, and they go to Kentucky. People want to race them on the bigger tracks.
Yep.
And it's just such a lucrative program, and it just keeps going up and up.
Yes.
I think it's going to go up again this year. But and I like the fact that they have 4-year-old stake races. So it gives a guy a chance maybe get in on a horse that didn't accelerate at 2, or just didn't put it together. Maybe you get a nice 4-year-old, you get a chance to make some money, get your money back, and maybe make some money with a 4-year-old stake program.
Now, and you don't see it too often, but sometimes horses, of course they mature at different rates. Maybe they're not great at 2, but then all of a sudden, man, they're 3- and 4-year-old seeds. You're like, man, where did this thing come from?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you'll see them at 2. I remember drove some nice 2-year-old. Like I drove Atlanta once at Vernon as a 2-year-old filly, and she was just a nice green filly. Ricky Zeron had sent her down, and Scotty was somewhere else, so I ended up driving her. And I mean, she went in 53 that night. She was a little hesitant, didn't really know what she was doing, and I mean, she was just a beautiful filly. But
now look at her.
Did you think I didn't? Was she develop into where she could beat the Hamiltonian boys as a 3-year-old? I would have said, well, probably not, but she did. Then that's what happens. And pickpocket. Geez, he was good in Kentucky. I mean, Anthony did a good job driving him. Got two really nice trips with him, and it was a strong finish for him. It was nice to see. I think it might be the first time I got my picture taken with my brother.
First time in what, 20 some years. So what's going on here? You guys don't get your picture taken?
Well, Anthony was in my pictures, North American Cup and stuff. But no, that was great to see him in Kentucky. He was really excited. So.
No, awesome. That's you know, listen, it's a family affair, right?
Of course.
For a lot of people.
Of course.
You know, you see. You know, like here, we've got Laney Merriman and his son
Yeah.
here, and you know, they work, you know, do some work together. Ronnie Wren's father was in the business.
Yeah.
Larry Claybaugh's sons are in the business. You know, it's just, that's what we really want to teach and show people, right? Is you can bring your family out to the racetrack and, you know, get involved in the business, whether it's as a gambler, an owner, groom, caretaker, whatever.
Just have a good time. Sometimes, like you say, you just want to come out and maybe bet on a few races and have a couple beers. It's a great atmosphere out front here. Right. It is one of the better tracks, atmosphere-wise. It was a great atmosphere here last night. Yeah, the place was banging. Right? Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
You know, of course, you know, you want to take the wife out, you know, to a night. You know, my dad met my mom and took her at first date to the racetrack. First date to the racetrack.
That's awesome.
So you know, and that's the thing. You know, you're going to go to a ball game and spend $70, $80, come out to the racetrack and maybe make a little bit of money.
You can make some money and have some fun. And you know what? Yeah, you might be able to go to a ball game for $78, 70 or 80 in Cleveland. You're not doing it in New York.
No. Well, hey, listen. If you guys would have ended up with Shohei Ohtani, listen, the $700 million contract he got, you might have been paying $500 Canadian for the cheap seats.
Yeah. I don't even think you. Yeah, maybe. It's expensive. Everything. I mean, go to a hockey game. You know, go have a beer at a. I remember last time I went to a Rangers game. I got a drink for my wife and myself, and I thought they must have had the order wrong.
Yeah.
This is $50-some. I'm like,
whoa,
what?
What are we doing here, right? But congratulations to the Dodgers, by the way,
Yeah.
with Ohtani.
Yeah, he's a good,
listen,
nice pickup.
How did you guys blow this? Right?
Yeah.
I know Garnet Barnsdale, my buddy's at home listening. He's probably ready to come through the computer and kill me.
Yeah, the Bills will start soon, so he'll be okay.
That's right, 1 o'clock.
Yeah. It'll be all right. Once they get losing, they'll be fine.
They'll I was gonna say they're gonna make the playoffs this year, right?
What? The playoffs?
Yeah,
Playoffs?
Right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Playoffs?
Right? They got about as good a chance as the Browns do of making the playoffs.
Yeah, or the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's
the
right.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
I was kind of hoping for rain today because that was going to be one of my lines. You know, I've never seen it rain so hard as I did last week, like in Pittsburgh when they lost to the worst team in football. And no, they knocked me out of my survivor pool. You kidding me?
No. I was gonna say, are you a Steelers fan?
No. I kind of, if they fly to Denver and hit a mountain, that's what happens. I mean,
Wow.
No, we don't want that to happen.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, that's what are you gonna do? It's Arizona Cardinals are a juggernaut, I guess. But,
yeah, well, but that's the thing.
Everybody got it.
Crazy stuff's been happening.
It's wild, right? Like, what happens? Your quarterback gets hurt, and all of a sudden your run game falls apart, and
Steve-O in the thing, he said he's going to put a clown face over you because he's a Steelers fan.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
If he's a Steelers fan, I wouldn't be telling anybody right now. Yeah, because they lost again the other night.
Oh, man.
I lost to a team that I think was trying to lose.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. They're all laughing back there.
Yeah.
He said, how are the Maple Leafs doing?
Well, I'm not a Maple Leaf fan, so you know what? I'm glad they're losing. I'm a hockey fan. I have no team. I have no affiliation with any team.
Funny story. As we're talking about teams that are no good or whatever. So I lived in Buffalo for a couple of years. I was the announcer at Buffalo Raceway. And
absolutely.
We went to a Buffalo Sabres game. Me and my now ex-wife, and they were in last place. They were trying to get the number one pick in or have a chance for the lottery, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they scored a goal, and everybody booed them.
Yeah.
And they're like, we want you to lose. Stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they kind of got robbed. They were supposed to get McDavid.
Yeah.
Well, and then Eichel, who's a great player, it just didn't work out there. And but McDavid was their pick. I think they have a 60% chance of getting him.
Yeah.
And the consolation prize wasn't horrible, but it just didn't work out for them. It did it has in Vegas for him, but I think I would have loved to see McDavid in Buffalo.
Oh my gosh, how awesome would that have been?
Oh,
Right?
because they did have a good young team.
Yes.
They always do. It's just they can't put it together. And I just feel like if they had got that pick, You know.
Speaking of lotteries, the Guardians had a 2% chance of being the #1 draft pick, and we got the #1 draft pick for baseball.
Well, there, nice. I like that. You know, I guess sometimes it goes the other way, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
All right, set number 4 is coming up. We have 2 horses in here that have shares available. You've got Memento Mori, and he's a great guy. Let's talk about Memento Mori for a second. This is another one of those horses that doesn't really have much lineage, but the first dam produced Kierkegaard K, you know, we won't talk about the Yonkers trot that I called, but he had a really good season.
No, yeah, he was. I drove him early. I think Aki was at the Elite Lop, so I got to drive them 3-year-olds, and I went with Kierkegaard and Vernon. His first start, I think 52, and Knutson trotting. Tristan, super nice guy, owns him. This horse, Aki came back and went in 50 with him in the Empire Breeders.
Yep.
And I think he's the fastest 3-year-old trotting colt on a 7/8 mile track.
Wow.
Last year. Tactical mount. Tactical. I don't know why I keep saying tactical mounts, but
I'm the same way.
you got to take that picture out of my way.
Throw it out of here, right?
But I might have gotten 1 tick faster. But 50 and 3 mile. He bounced around New York. Just a great horse, and I do know that Gone Baby Gone was also owned by Knutson Trotting, Tristan, and he told me he didn't like to breed horses that didn't race, but Aki was so high on this mare that they ended up breeding her, and they kept Kierkegaard. And I know they were bidding on this horse. So I think he was the underbidder on this horse. Kierkegaard was a really good horse.
You know, listen, you know, and of course I joke with you. Okay, for those of you listening, you know, Mark and I were friends. We can joke about this stuff.
Of course.
You know, I was. First of all, I got to say, it was the first time I'd ever called a major stake race that night, and I was thankful that Kierkegaard was nowhere to be found because I was scared I was going to butcher his name. But I was really excited for him. I mean, he looked like he was going to be making a huge move there when things got a little dicey. But he got over Yonkers. Let's go back to the elimination. He got over Yonkers just amazingly well in that effort, and you know that it's tough for some of these good trotters.
Some of them, I think we tried him with no shoes that day.
Yep.
And you know, Yonkers is a tough track, and some horses can get over that, but and some horses can't. And the surface was nice that day, but he just wasn't tracking good. I don't know why, but he made a mistake. But he was a really good horse. So it'd be interesting to see. This is a full brother. So.
Yeah, only 5% available. Let's take a look at the
second full too. So you know.
Yeah.
We'll see. And it's a Muscle Hill mare. I mean, it's hard. There's a lot to like here.
Oh, I thought that said $129. That is $1,291 a share.
So he wasn't a cheap horse. He was
a really nice New York
he was a high-end horse. Yeah, I was there when Anthony bought him. He was a 6-figure horse.
Okay.
Yeah, he's really nice colt. I think he's kind of high-end. Be interested to see how he looks on the track.
They'll be coming out here
Yeah.
momentarily. So if you're looking at your screens, by the way, so you see the truck with the trailer sitting there just to the left of the one barn, Anthony's barn. You can actually see the roof of the barn. It's the biggest barn we have here at MGM Northfield Park that they are stabled in. That's where they will be coming from. He's a great guy. Another son of What the Hill, first dam fruition. Up Blueberry Hill made $146,000 in his career.
Yeah, it's a 100% producer, and so this would be a full, right? It's a What the Hill, yeah. So this is a full brother to Up Blueberry Hill. I'm not familiar with a couple of Ohio horses, so like I can speak about the New York ones and stuff, but this one just not as familiar with the family, but be interested to see what he looks like on the track.
So another field of 6. I think Curtis might be on vacation already because he says it says wind is 76 degrees and the temp is overcast. So, I think he might be sipping on a couple of mimosas already.
It's Sunday. I could see that. You know,
76 degrees.
Yeah,
it's more like 24 out there.
Balmy. Balmy 76 degrees. I don't think it's 76 degrees here in the summertime. You know, but anyways, good job, Cujo.
They're coming out onto the racetrack now. Westland Warrior will lead this group. Amy McDonald is in the sulky. This is a son of Father Patrick. Father Patrick made $2.6 million, and this is a very regally bred colt. Westland Legacy, the first dam by Windsong's Legacy, who was a Hamiltonian champion as well.
Triple Crown champion.
Triple Crown winner. So nice looking colt here.
Yeah, he is. And Westland Quest is so this would be a half brother Westland Quest, and I think Per Engelbaum raced that horse in a lot of the Grand Circuit races. Really nice horse.
Westland Quest, interesting here. 150 and change here.
Yeah, he's
150 and 4 here. He's a monster mile.
He's made the odd mistake and cost him a few bucks here and there, that horse, but boy, he's a man of many missions, and he's really fast. Like I say, 50 around here. Come on.
Yeah, that was a big effort.
So,
Joe Bongiorno.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, and so you know you got high end pedigree here.
All right, so I don't play it nice. This sounds like a horse that was named for the McDonald family, but it's a son of Long Tom.
Did James name him, maybe?
Yeah. This is the first foal out of the dam Muscle Chrome. The second dam, Motown Madam, was by Cadabra. Who could forget Cadabra? There's not a ton back in the first two dams, but the third dam is where the real lineage is.
Yeah, I see that Just Make Believe. There's 409,000. Made 40 wins. Mark 54. So there's a Bay Gelding here, Long Tom. Not really familiar with this family on Cadabra. That's an old Ontario breed, but they were nice horses, Cadabra.
Well, you're anything but old, right?
Yeah.
So Memento Mori. So we wanted to take a look at this one.
This is a
really nice horse. Kind of shied away from another horse there, but
he's just playing. There, you see him. He's
having fun, enjoying himself out there.
That's what he looks like. I just love the look of him. Yeah, he looks like a tank.
Yeah, he's built like he's just built like a nice horse.
Yeah,
right? He's got some weight to him, which is
nice. He's maybe even a better looking individual than Kierkegaard, to be honest with you. We'll see. He's just looking at him on the track as a 2-year-old, but he's got big shoes to fill. That's a pretty good horse.
Well, yeah, just a little, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty good horse.
Let's see here. So we're looking at I Don't Play Nice. Jason Merriman's on another good one. Let's see. Bluebird Tuxedo Hill is the 2 horse. If I can find my paper here. Hunter Myers is, we haven't talked much about Hunter today, but I'll tell you, Hunter is one of the new young up and coming drivers. He's really making a name for himself here at Ohio and doing some really nice things.
Yeah, I think he's a really good driver. I drove with him at the I went to the Meadows, and I drove for Anthony a couple times there just to kind of fill in, and drove a bunch of overnights there, and I first time I really drove with Hunter, and he's a really good young driver. The horses go a long way for him. He's patient, good hands, and good personality. He'll probably go a long way.
All right, number 4 is Wander Hill. Wander Hill is a What the Hill colt out of the first dam. Bluebird Swanderful by Swan for All, who was a really nice Indiana bred. Produced Bluebird Jesse, who made $611,000.
Yeah, and if you go back, like we're talking lineage and blood here, you go back into the third dam, it's a mother RC royalty. So it's just RC royalty. People know he was a decent stallion, but he was a really good racehorse. He made $709,000, but he was a really good horse.
Let's talk about that. Let's touch on that for a minute. Just because you're a good racehorse doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a great stallion, and vice versa. Right?
100%. Horses sometimes you think, and I don't know why, but it just sometimes you'll be like, wait, you can't miss horses do, and horses you're like, I don't know, and they hit like. Stay Hungry, I'll use him as an example. I wasn't so sure he would be a good sire. He was a nice horse. I just wasn't sure about him. And, it's all about the mares you breed. So, but sometimes you see these sires, they help the mare and they improve them. And he's one of them. And, I think Huntsville does that too. But you don't know. Betting Line bred so many good mares at Hanover. And he's had a few good ones, but for the most part, he's had some flops too. So it's, how do you know? Do we cheat him and how?
So here's a comment I wasn't expecting to see from Wade Mason. Great to see Mark, great to see you back driving at Yonkers. So you got a fan out there.
Yeah.
Maybe one.
Well, that's the guy, eh?
you paid him, right? Is that the manager?
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one. Someone told me there was still one. Yeah, that's him. Go. Okay, I didn't know his name.
Good morning to Mike Way, Heather Grant. Thanks so much for joining us. If you're watching on TheStable.ca broadcast, either on Facebook or YouTube, thanks so much for joining us here this morning. Amy McDonald's on Westland Warrior, and Westland Warrior is the son of Father Patrick. We touched on this one a little bit already. This is a really nice looking colt.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
you know, and you know he's got some weight on him. This is an April foal, and again, the tractor goes by, no issues.
Yeah, he's smart. Ears pricked up. You'd like to see that with a Father Patrick, especially Father Patrick had a good year, but he's got a nice long barrel on him. And he's leggy. I like him. I like the look of him.
So the long legs is really kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah, I like long barrel. I don't like short couple trotters. They hit themselves so much. And he's nice and leggy and long, nice long barrel. Yeah.
All right.
Interesting to see him going. He's got, like I said, some serious pedigree, this horse.
So, lots of people watching on YouTube. Welcome to the YouTube gang. We'll touch on a few of these. Let's see, Muscle Chrome's yearling is a big boy. Yeah, there's been some really nice horses, and so, you know, it's funny. You stand next to the really good ones, and they're like
they're
just
different.
Massive.
Yeah,
right? I mean, it's just incredible how
they're different when you sit behind the real and they almost like they. Even on the track, it's like they know it. They strut a little on the track,
Absolutely.
And they're cool and they're calm and they got a swagger to them, So.
All right, we'd like to say good morning to Daryl McAuley from Sydney, Nova Scotia. Thanks for tuning in.
Down
Bill
home.
Donnelly from Dublin, Ohio. Let's see, Southwind IDEX, somebody mentioned, was a $50,000 purchase. So nice purchase there. Get in cheap. I say cheap, but $50,000 on
it's not a lot of money.
It's not a lot of money.
No,
right?
not for the pedigree that one has. It's dependent on the individual. But when you're talking standardbreds or, like throw 50,000 into the thoroughbred pool and tell me what you get.
I think we might have offended Curtis because he changed not only the temperature and the wind, he switched everything around there. So we love you, Curtis. We do.
Yeah. Well, we gave him too many props.
That's right.
We had to throw a little shade at him.
That's right.
It wouldn't be right.
All right. So we haven't seen He's a Grape Guy yet. This is one that both of us wanted to take a look at on the racetrack. But set number 4 is going to get ready to start going here. So the way they've been going is 1.5 miles going the right direction.
Yes.
The first half mile, just kind of the warm up, get them used to
get
things.
Them, thawed out, and then let them. It looks like they're probably going to just not super fast, just 8 and 20 seconds, probably something like that, 240, 235, whatever they're going, and just wanting them to do it the right way.
Now, this time of year, and of course, we're in December of their one-year-old season. Is 240 kind of about where you want to be at? You don't want to go too fast, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, where are you going, right? You got to let them grow up, but it's wherever they're comfortable, really. Some horses mature quicker, and you got to be careful. Some of them want to go too fast, and they will. The ones that they don't know any better, they'll you can go too fast with them, and it's probably not a good thing. You better the slow repetition miles and letting them learn to sit in and follow and finish, and that's what you're looking for.
Absolutely. So this is all about learning and teaching at this age, right?
Yeah, correct. Just like this. This is just a professional-looking group. It's hard to get six babies all lined up, starting 6 across the track, and just doing their work and moving, brushing around each other. It's a professional-looking bunch.
Wanderer Hill, really nice-looking trotter. Not as high-stepping as some of the ones we've seen today, but is a really nice-looking trotter in his own right.
Yes, yeah. I like that. I'm looking at the one there, the Kierkegaard's brother.
Yep.
Oh, I jinxed him. See, he lifted. I mushed him. He lifted his head up there. He lifted his head up when he was letting the 4 go.
I don't know listen, that what the hill horse pulled the what the hill there.
Yeah.
Geez, come on, Anthony. We're not racing here.
Well, I kind of called that. He's going to put a couple of his own on the run. That's just what he does. But
let's talk about the brother Kierkegaard. So I mean, he's a high stepping trotter, very nice gaited. Obviously he made a little bit of a miscue there.
Yeah,
but Anthony's still looking around to make sure he didn't mess anybody up.
No, he messed him
up. He fell back into line really nicely and got back comfortable.
Yeah, you can see he's super green. He's looking and just kind of goofing around there, but I like his. He's got a beautiful looking stride. I just love Chapter 7s. They just they just want to be horses. they do. They're just such a good breed.
Chapter 7 was a good horse.
Oh gosh,
just a little bit.
Just
right?
a little
just
bit.
A
Yeah,
little
Hamiltonian winner. Yeah, he was okay. Yeah.
Westland Warrior, after having some trouble at the back of the pack, has come back nicely.
Yeah, and Amy's making a move there. I was kind of surprised. I was expecting to see Anthony maybe just leave her out there.
You try not to sleep on the couch tonight. Okay? Let's see here. We've got Wonder Hill. Let's take a look at the. He's a great guy. This is one that we had touched on a little bit. Another What the Hill. He's a great guy, driven by Scott Zeron. The Money Man is huge on. He loves trotters.
Yes.
He's patient with young trotters.
Yep.
And this is look how nice. Gated this horse is, real high stepping.
Yeah.
Super nice horse.
Yeah, it's just a whole group of them. They're just doing their work. Here comes, I don't know who's on this 2 horse here.
It's
Hunter. Hunter's making a little move.
Finally going to let him get.
He's going to let him get a call. I see Jason Merriman back there. He's in the hunt.
Yeah, just a little, right? He's a great guy. $400 Canadian per share. Hunter Myers, this is a really nice horse, but I'll tell you, Kierkegaard's wanting in the action here.
He looks like he's a little fiery. He's a little fiery today. I don't know if he's always like that, but you can tell like he's got his chin tucked in and he's like wanting. He doesn't like when he's getting grabbed on too hard.
Yeah. Who is that driving? That's Chris Lems. And you drove with Chris out in
he's not a great trot driver. Yeah, I'm not surprised the horse is running.
Oh, man.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, you drove with Chris some out in New York. He made the move out here, obviously, but he was a staple on the New York side.
Yeah, he drove a lot for George Ducharme and was at Vernon. He's a nice guy, and he is a good driver. Chris, he's a very good driver, patient. He's good with young horses, and I think that's he drove a lot for George Ducharme's a very, very top high-end trainer in New York. Yeah.
All right, 6 of them moving.
Hamiltonian winning trainer.
Yeah.
Royalty for life.
Yeah.
Right.
And here comes Kierkegaard. Now you threw in a couple of steps.
Memento Mori. Yeah, he doesn't. He looks like he's just a little fiery.
He's got some speed to him. Though,
yeah,
nice. he likes to get up and go.
Yeah, you could see he'll learn to settle. He's just got to get him quieted down a little bit.
I don't play nice. We're talking about Jason Merriman again. He's on another really nice horse. You're just really patient.
Yeah, a good-looking group. It's just I think Memento Mori is just kind of standing out to me.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
nice horse.
Yeah, you can tell. Super green and just what a nice horse.
If they could, here's the thing about him. He's a nice horse. We talk about, how green he is on the racetrack. But,
there, yeah.
Once he figures it out,
look at the gait on him.
He's going to be in great shape. Holy cow!
Look at the stride on that thing. So he's, you can see his ears are pricked up. He's got nothing, no cotton in his ears or no ear hood. He might just need like a little ear hood or something to just settle him down until he learns. Take some of the noise away from him, so he quiets down and he learns to follow.
So let's talk about a little bit of that equipment, especially at this age, right? Sometimes it's noise, sometimes they see a shadow, sometimes they kind of block them off so they don't look around. What does it take? Is it kind of a guessing game, or how do you figure out what equipment a horse wears?
Yeah, you just kind of see. Every horse is different. You just never know. Like you could tell that horse was obviously a little more aggressive probably than you'd want a horse in December. Okay. So you could just say, well, we got to put some cotton in his ears or an ear hood on him and get something to get him quieted where he's not hearing as much, and he'll settle. That's just he's got the pedigree,
Okay.
And every horse is different. Sometimes you got to put different things in their mouth, or sometimes they get mouth sores. You got to change the bit. It's just depending on the individual.
All right, so the field of 6 highlighted by Memento Mori. What a really nice trial. We'll be talking about that one,
really,
I'm sure.
really like the look of him.
Who knows? Maybe Anthony will let you drive him in the Hambletonian in a couple of years.
Well, if I'm not in it, and I you know, I definitely I shouldn't be watching him drive. That's for sure.
Oh man, Anthony is gonna kill us, but that's okay.
No, he'll be fine.
We're having, listen, we're having some fun.
We're just telling the truth. It is what it is.
Listen, let's see.
It's a family show.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good morning to Marty Cooper, checking in from Michigan. Somebody knew Niek. Somebody named Ed Burke. Wish them congratulations. So
good.
Good for them. Let's see. DJ Trotter watching from the Cleveland Browns parking lot. Hey, all right. There we go, Dave.
Yeah.
He's got his priorities in check.
Well, I hope he has a quarterback with him.
Oh man, listen. I might tear up a little bit on this one. Congratulations, Laura Brower, and Laura is the sister of the late Dave Brower.
Oh, God love him. Yeah, God love him.
$25 client account credit.
Oh, that's
Congratulations
great.
to Laura. We all loved Dave.
Oh God, yeah,
with a passion.
Yeah,
right?
he's a smart guy. He just knew the horses. Yeah, it was just what a loss.
Yeah, what an absolute loss. Congratulations to Laura. I'm glad she's getting involved in
that's great.
horse ownership.
That's great. It's nice to see.
And whatnot. And again, Laura, the sister, she's been around a little bit of everywhere. I'd never met her before Dave's passing, and she's been all over the place. So kudos to her.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, that's good to see. Now it's nice to see. Dave was just a gentleman.
100%.
He was good to listen to, and he's a good man.
So 2023 highlights. Arson was another. Of course, they call him Red Hot for a good reason. Was the first 2-year-old winner of 2023 when he conquered Oak Grove. Did you get to drive out at Oak Grove at all?
I did not. But
what about Corbett? Have you been there?
No.
Okay.
I haven't. But I can speak about Arson. Arson is he's a half brother to Pure Country.
Oh, okay.
He's out of Western Montana. He was kind of a small guy, and Anthony bought him, and I think he got him at the right price just because he was kind of small and whatnot. But what a family!
Yeah, Pure Country actually raced here against the boys in the
Mustang.
Yeah,
betting line. Brett Miller drove her.
That was as close as we've ever come to a disqualification since I've been here.
Yes, I thought betting line might have kind of maybe come down, right? Yeah.
Well, I remember. So,
they just made a little bobble or something in the last turn. Yeah.
And what was wild about that was, at the time we had a TV channel where you could see what the judges were looking at. I remember running inside and running back out to Dave Bianconi and going, "Oh boy, we're in trouble." I don't know if this is close. So,
that's it happens. You know, it happens. I mean, I've been on both ends of it.
Them's the breaks, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the Holiday Drivers Challenge starts at 12:55. So we're going to go from this show to the Holiday Drivers Challenge presented by COSA TV. Team McDonald versus Team Borthair. It is at the Raceway at Western Fair District. I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
Nice place.
It is a nice place. Yeah, I was there right when they redone it and opened it. I raced at the old Western Fair with the old paddock, the big old hub rail, and I raced at the new one. And they do a great job there. Always. Yeah, I love going up there for the Molson Pace.
Yeah,
Greg's tremendous.
Sugar Doyle.
Yeah, Shannon Sugar Doyle. He's a couple good Pete Islanders. I've known Greg Blanchard since I was a little kid. He used to announce the races at the Summerside Raceway.
My girl Amy O'Toole, I got to give her a shout
out.
Because she's one of my. Greg knows she's one of my favorites up there.
Yes, so. They do a great job.
They do awesome work up there, and that is in support of Toys for Tots. Great program up in Canada.
Absolutely. Yeah, you give a little back to some of the. It's great to see, especially James and I know Tyler. Those two kids, they had great years. James went over 10 million, so it's hard to do in Canada.
One place I have not been in Canada, I've said I've always wanted to go, is the Gold Cup in Saucer.
Oh, you're missing out.
Yeah,
you're missing out.
I've heard it's, that and the Jug kind of rival one another when it comes to experience, but I've heard that is the true harness racing experience.
It is just the pageantry of the whole week, and there's a parade. It's a holiday in PEI, the Gold Cup and Saucer Parade, and It's just it's fun to drive in front of a big crowd, and the way they do it, and like I say, the build up and the anticipation all week for that race, and then the pageantry of it is just tremendous. They do a great job.
What was interesting, I mean, it got one of the strongest fields, I think, ever, almost, this go-round. I mean, there was some solid talent in that,
Yeah, I
in
mean,
that
you
field.
got you covered bridge. I mean, he won out here, right, in the Battle Lake area.
Yep.
Or no, he raced in the
He
Battle
raced
Lake,
in Battle
the
Lake
Baker
area, but
area.
still,
Sorry,
there
Mark
were some
Ford.
really nice.
I did not say that on purpose.
Mark Ford, listen, Mark's won a few races out here.
Yeah,
He
I
won
was
with Fun at the Beach last year.
Yeah, that's who I was in, and I actually I wasn't in that division, I don't think, but I was here in 2001 when Mark Ford and Walter Case won with Gallo Blue Chip.
Yes.
It was one of my first big stake races. I think it was 19, and for Bob McIntosh. Drove a horse called Giggle at Life, and I got no check.
Well, listen,
I didn't drive bad. It just
Gallo
wasn't
Blue
good
Chip
enough.
was-
He was just a little bit
okay.
better.
He was just okay.
It was early in the year, though, so he didn't look that good on paper.
Okay. Set number 5 coming up here in just a little bit. I gotta ask, did you drive? So, we all historically at Northfield Park, we've had some great, history, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Absolutely.
did you drive in the Cleveland Classic where you couldn't see 2 feet in front of you with all the snow?
I won it.
Did you?
It was bolt the door.
Okay, so
yeah.
there you go. You
Yeah,
see?
and I mean, it was snowing so bad, and it was a
I'm
good.
shocked that they.
I thought we were
raced
going to
that-
cancel.
that they
Yeah.
didn't cancel.
Do you know, I won the Cleveland. I think I won the Cleveland Classic on the pace, and then the next year I won it on the trot. When they changed to a trot, I won it with Obregato. He was
That's
good.
right. I
Yes.
remember that.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, Obregato just
Obregato, yes.
loved Ohio. That year he won the Charlie Hill and the Dayton Trotting Derby, and he won here at Northfield at the Cleveland Classic. So I got the pacing version and the trotting version of that.
I think you might be one of the only ones that have both.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm sure Scotty will probably get there.
Well, he can't because we don't have the trotting classic anymore.
That's true. So yeah, I can salt that one away then.
That's
All right.
right.
All right.
It's funny because we talk about some of the drivers who come out here to drive in our big events. And, Jordan Stratton is the only one that I know of to have done this. He won the Battle, the Milstein, and the Courageous Lady all in the same year. All 3 major stakes.
That's cool. Yeah.
So.
And he's an Ohio guy. You know, Jordan's an Ohio guy, and I know Jordan's a really nice guy. Really, he's a good driver. He's really come into his own. Yeah, he's a really good driver.
All right, set number 5 is coming up next. In set number 5, this is one of the ones where most of the shares are available in 3 of the horses. We've got Dance in My Socks, Never Lose Felix, and Rose Run a J, all with shares available to them. So we'll start with Dancing in My Socks, Dancing Yankee sired colt here, and I saw a comment earlier, and I gotta find it again, that Dancing Yankee did a lot of good work here in Ohio for the late Dan Ader. And Dan was a very well accomplished trainer out here.
Yeah, for sure. Dancing Yankee was just a gem. He raced everywhere, Pocono, here, the Meadowlands, big tracks, small tracks. He could fly. He was just a gorgeous horse.
All over the place.
Yeah, and this is interesting pedigree. This goes back to the 3rd dam. I mean, this is the old Bob McIntosh pedigree here. Striking Attitude. That was one of his 48-4 winner. Made over $1 million.
Wow,
yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a good, really good family there. Anytime you look back and you can catch that Bob McIntosh's pedigree, there's a reason he's done so well for so many years. Stuff like that.
Absolutely. You wonder how you're like, he's a top trainer. Yeah, there's clearly you can see the lineage.
Yeah, he's fishing in the right hole.
Yes.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and he's obviously good at what he does. But.
So Never Lose Felix, a son of International Money. International Money made $874,428. The dam is Nanticoke, Hanover, who made just $10,000. Was by Glide Master, but Natalie Hanover was the first foal, and boy, she was really nice. $250,000.
It's a Chapter 7 there. Yeah, made over $250,000, and the second dam, Naysay Hanover. I think he's still running around Goshen. That was a Ray Schnicker trotter. That's right. He was sold as a stallion, but that's a 1.2 million. So the mother is a sister to Naysay Hanover. That was a really good horse.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's funny. You go back through these and just see the bloodlines, and like you said, the horse, clearly you can see which bloodlines are
Yeah, there's a lot of black type. You know, you just look at the money. You know, you see sometimes it's a black type, and they'll be like, "Wow, he won in 50, but he never made any money." And then you look at a horse like this, made 1.2 million. You know, they don't give you that. That's a lot of money.
All right. So then the next one we will talk about real fast is Rose Run a J, another dancing Yankee, and the second Dam Armbro Wallflower. Real Surreal, College Major, Sunshine List. I mean, the names go on and on.
Yeah, that's a good family too. It's an old Ontario family, Armbro Wallflower. I think Ben Wallace had that one. It was a good mare. I mean, yeah, 719,000. So that's the mother is it's a sister to Armbro Wallflower. You know, it's an Art Major sister, and it's a dancing Yankee. So you just see what these ones look like on the tracks. There's a lot of good black type underneath there.
All right, and got a note here. So let's, obviously each year, we talked a little bit about the caretakers earlier, and how important they are, the caretakers and riders. The tipping platform has collected $3,300 to date and remains open till December 18th. For more information, you can visit tiptopjar.com/TheStable caretakers. They split the money evenly.
Yeah, I think there's a link on there too. I think Curtis have a link on there.
Yeah,
because I mean I couldn't remember that.
Yeah, Curtis, maybe
too many words. Yeah,
if you could,
shorten up the emails a little bit there. You know.
I don't know if there's a way to put that up, but I know in the comment section maybe we'll throw the link in there.
Yeah, put a link. That's tough. I mean, I don't know if Einstein could remember that one.
It is in the stable book, so if you're on track, good. But speaking of on track, there was a very good crowd.
Yes, I seen it downstairs when I was
people.
trying to find my way up here. I got a little lost. Anthony was yelling at me. We're trying to go on the track.
Well, we got 5 minutes out from showtime, and I'm like, where's my talent?
Yeah, I'm walking around the grandstand like a buffoon. But anyways, I could do what I should do. I mean, we doing this in the paddock. What are we doing? Anyways, that's Anthony.
And of course, we're in the old studio, so
yes,
this is like, I mean, you look over here.
Oh,
at the big end, like this was
that's
like the old
that's
style,
cool. I liked it. Yeah.
It's
like I see that logo and it makes me think of like
every 19
what was it?
minutes.
Yeah, the Pacific Rocket, right? Ready, aim, fire.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
The good old Battle Lake Erie races.
Yeah, so you can see it actually. It's right here
cool.
behind us here, the old N logo that we used to have. Steve-O's done a great job with. We joke about our producers and whatnot, but Steve-O's in the control room. He's doing a great job. Thanks to Connor for coming in early. We raced tonight. He runs our photo finish. Thanks to Connor for doing what he's doing on the camera work for Steve-O. Curtis and Luke back in the production truck back at home as they get ready for the Holiday Drivers Challenge. I know Curtis is probably yelling at Anthony right now because he's like, "All right, man, we got 3 sets to go. Let's go, right?
Let's speed this up.
We gotta get rolling."
It's not easy. Like Curtis sometimes doesn't understand. I can tell a story about Curtis. Like he just doesn't get it, And he'll say this isn't true, but this is true. Anthony sent him out to jog one, right? And this is Curtis's laid-back demeanor at Rideau Carlton, and Curtis come walking back about 10 minutes later. Well, he didn't have the horse. Anthony said to him, "Where's the horse, Curtis?" He goes, "He's gone. He hit a bump and fell off, and he's gone." "Well, where is he?" He goes, "I don't know, Anthony. Do you think I can run as fast as a horse?"
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's Curtis.
Great.
He's gonna say that's not true. That's a true story.
Listen, I believe it.
Yeah, Curtis. It's a true story.
Listen, he's just said, the heck with it.
Mark's making that up.
No. He'll just say, you know what? Let the horse go.
He's kind of unflappable. Yeah.
I got to be careful because if I ever get to fill in at Mohawk, he told me I could come stay at his place. So.
Whoa, no, not if there's Grand Circuit races because that's where I stay.
Okay. Good to know. I'll have to sleep on the floor. Then. Just again, Curtis, just one more. We need a few more here. But
that's awesome.
No, Curtis and gang is great to hang out with. I got to hang out with them.
Great bunch.
During the Hambletonian for a while there, and even though we didn't get to stay in the same hotel, we have gone to the same sketchy stores together in Jersey. So.
No, they do a great job. Costa TV and Mark McKelvey's usually along, and that crowd is just a lot of fun to hang out with, and well spoken and well versed, and know what they're talking about.
Yeah, Mark McKelvey and gang. Mark's actually a real good friend of mine.
Yeah, he does a
we
great
got
job.
to hang out in Florida some. Speaking of Mark McKelvey, let's I'm going to make his head a little bit bigger than it already is. TCI, you got to be kidding me. Was the big call from him this year.
It was.
He's with Ken Middleton on the shelf. Mark's really gotten he's a good announcer anyway.
He
he's
is.
really gotten a chance to put his
to throw it out there. Yeah, that was a good call, and he's a good announcer. I've heard him do commentary and everything, and he's just been in the business. His dad was the race secretary, Scott McKelvey, at Mohawk when I raced there, and is one of the best race secretaries I've ever raced under, and very knowledgeable, knows all the horses, and Scott and Mark, and Mark's just picked up from him.
All right, so we got to give another shout out here to my buddy who you might know, Gernett Barnsdale. He actually has a couple of percent of this Pelican Owl.
Okay. All right,
so
take a
he's
look.
got it's the son of Down by the Seaside, an Ohio bred.
Yes.
First dam produced that. We might know this name, Charlie May. You think you know that one?
I never heard of him. Charlie May?
Charlie May, who's that? Right?
Oh, that is
Meadowlands
that.
Pace winner.
Well, that's the horse that made the almost caused a wreck on the Meadowlands Pace.
Oh man, hey, Meadowlands Pace winner, and then you got the benefit.
Did he? No, I don't think. Did he win? No, I won. I got the trophy.
Yeah, you got the trophy.
I got the trophy.
Lawless Shadow.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was sitting at home with my dad, and my dad, when he was still around, him and I used to love. We would bet races or whatever. And my wife was sitting across from me, and as soon as that happened to Charlie May, I started cussing like crazy. I was going nuts. My dad, who's been in racing his entire career from a gambling standpoint, goes, "What?" And I go, "Dad, this horse is. There's no way this horse is not coming down." And he did not believe that. I was hot and heavy walking around the house because I had a sizable bet on the exacta. Unfortunately, I needed it to go the other way.
Yeah.
And it all worked out the way it was supposed to. Listen, I knew from the time I saw it that the horse was coming down. But, Pelican Owl,
Yeah, Charlie May's obviously a great horse, but that was always be a controversial. But it is what it is. That's horse racing,
it happens.
It's one of the worst feelings I think I've ever had in my life as a driver. Was going. I love Brett Miller.
Yep.
He's such a great guy. Who doesn't love Brett Miller? And going on the track as he's coming off the track, and I said, "Oh man, I'm so sorry."
Yeah,
because you don't want to win that way.
No. It's
I mean, it is what I mean, a joke, but it was tough. You hate to see that, and because I just look at it if it was me.
Yeah, he was here a couple of weeks later, and Brett Miller was. And,
he's a great guy.
He was very open and honest about just to discuss it, and it's going to be tough, right?
Absolutely.
In the moment,
Tough
you don't want to be in that position, right?
Of course.
I would not have wanted to interview David Miller just after he got disqualified in the Hamiltonian.
No.
But actually, one of the best interviews I ever got was with Tony Alania. Before and after Stay Hungry was disqualified in the Little Drug Elimination.
Those are heartbreakers.
One thing I give you guys a lot of credit for is, and I will remember this interview as long as I think I'll be in racing, because Tony was nice enough to give me the interview before, and then nice enough to do the interview after. Granted, he was obviously not in the best of moods.
Who would be?
But.
Yeah.
People talk about, they don't want to talk after loss. Well, NBA players get to go smash things for 10 minutes before they come out and talk about their disappointment. You guys, as soon as you come off the racetrack, the microphone's in your face. What happened? I give it to you guys. It's a tough business.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't want to talk about a loss, but when you lose as much as me, you get used to it.
Oh man! All right.
There we go.
So,
There's Pelican Owl right
Pelican
there.
Owl right there.
Gernett Barnsdale.
Let's see.
And this is the half brother. What's that horse's name again?
Charlie May.
Yeah,
Shane Falco is another.
I have to
Ohio
Google
bred.
that horse. I never heard of it. Yeah.
Shane Falco is a nice Ohio bred as well. So there's some.
Oh yeah, Sky Dancer Hanover. There's some really nice pedigree here.
It actually looks filled out on the racetrack. What do you think? What do you think of Pelican Owl? We've panned away from that.
We'll get back to him here. I was just actually looking at the rest of the family.
Never lose Felix. Jason Merriman on the screen here. Let's see.
10. So 11 full. Charlie Mays, yeah. So this mare's had like 10 fulls, but I think Bulldog Hanover was a late full.
Okay.
And better than Cheddar. Better than Cheddar or maybe Courtly Choice. They're half brothers.
Yep.
That mare had 10 10 or 12 foals too. There's some of I know Bulldog Hanover's was he was
He came along late, boy. I tell you, he really grew up, matured at the right time, didn't he?
What a cool horse. See, it's nice to see him as a man, like we're talking about. Like you get to see him at 4. I always say to people when they ask about who's the best horse you ever seen, that personally to me it's Some Beach Somewhere.
Yes.
And they're like, well, Bulldog, would he? Well, listen, let me watch Some Beach Somewhere. We never got to see him race as a man. He stopped racing at 3. What would he look like September's 4-year-old year?
Absolutely.
Put him on a nice track in Kentucky.
Yeah. Then
as a 4-year-old,
yeah,
as a man,
there's talk all the time about the great, so and so is the greatest horse of all time. So and so is the greatest horse of all time.
Different eras.
It's different eras.
Some of them, yeah.
And I mean, again, it's hard to compare. The crop that Some Beach Somewhere faced is a lot different than, say, Confederate faced this year, right?
Yeah, correct.
It's tough.
I remember the first year I moved here was 2012, and I was like, I think the first marquee one, bolt the door one, was the Adios, and it was like a 6-horse field. Yep. And if you go back and look at that race, I mean, he was like the worst horse in there was like Better's Edge.
Yeah.
It's like made like $2 million. You had Thinking Out Loud and a Rock and Roll Dance,
and some horse named Foiled Again.
Yeah, it's just I'm just talking that 3-year-old group alone.
Gotcha.
And then those ones rolled into 4-year-olds. That was what a group of horses.
Yeah, it was just a solid group.
Yeah. And that was the Captain Treacherous year. He tried the 4-year-olds next year, remember? And at the TVG, same thing as Confederate though. I think he had a bad post and it didn't work out. But
yeah, he tried down the stretch, but didn't end up getting a check.
Yeah, it's just, and I think too, it's late in the year. These horses travel so much, ship around, and they start getting tired. So tough, you see some of the aged horses starting to really get rounded into form the end of the year, and then these poor 3-year-olds are exhausted too. On top of everything else, they're getting tired. So it's tough. It's very tough.
Well, that's the key, right? So it's such a long season, and you have to, and I trying to think how to say this. You have to manage that season, right? I mean, granted, Dave and I, being Coney and I, talk about the Milstein and its position on the calendar every year, and before the Adios was on the back end of that whole thing.
Yep.
There are 12 weeks between eliminations and finals of 3-year-old races in a row, from the Pepsi North American Cup all the way through the 3-year-old races at Pocono. That's a long 12 weeks.
Yeah,
that's a long
Meadowlands,
time.
Pace, Hemp, Adios. I mean, they're all on top of one another, and then you just squeeze the Milstein in there.
Yeah,
it's a lot of just shipping around back and forth.
Well, and that's the thing. Dave and I joke about it, but you're almost hoping that they either skip the Adios or skip the King.
Well, a lot of people do.
Between,
they have to.
Right? You can't dance every dance.
No. And I think that's where Kentucky's program has changed it a lot, where even the Sire States, some people are just staying in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Because the money's great and they don't have to ship around everywhere.
Absolutely.
And they're not going to Canada as much. You don't see a lot of them bigger barns. And now you look who's buying farms in Kentucky. Lindy Farms. I know Aki's bought a farm down there, and you got Brittany Farms down there.
Burke is going to buy one down there.
Of course, why wouldn't he? I mean,
they're racing opportunities.
Follow the money, right? It's not. Yeah, you see Ohio and Indiana, and now you look at Kentucky. The Midwest is just a tremendous place to race horses right now. If you can make some money,
the Midwest is booming for sure.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yep.
All right, so we're looking at I'm Ready to Hear Chris Lems. We haven't said his name too much here this morning, but I'm So Ready by Cadabra. Marseille is the sire here. Marseille, we haven't really talked much about Marseille this morning.
Yeah, it's another Aki horse. Aki's Founstead, I believe, Marseille.
Yep.
Really good horse. So
518,000.
Yeah, I haven't seen many of them. So we'll see. Interesting, this guy trot.
Let's see, where is this one? The 5. We haven't seen that one just yet. Atraent, something like that.
Yeah.
This is a chimpanzee filly, and the first dam hasn't really produced much, but the second dam produced Bella Palazzo, who raced here at MGM for a little bit.
Yeah, and I see that. Yeah, the first dam, it's the second foal, so this is the first one raced. I don't know, it just says a 2-year-old. I mean, 2,300, one win a race. I don't know. So it's not, so this is the second foal, and yeah, be interested to see this one go too.
See, Jason's trying to cheat here. He's inside the pylons. He's trying to.
Noticed
I know.
You know what? I noticed he was in there before too. But it'd be cool if Hunter Myers kept one on gate. I don't know. Has that happened today? I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
A lot of them been running. Amy too. Let's talk with Amy after.
Between him and Anthony, and we'll have to talk to them later. And see
Yeah,
what's
I'm not
here.
so sure they got the Ray game out here. Is Scotty Zeron still on the track? We didn't notice him. Right? I think FanDuel's line was right.
It was.
He moved one to the front,
Yeah.
but I think something must have happened. Bit broke or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he got beat by that horse closing late from set number 2, I believe it was.
That's right. Yeah. But he did beat a horse.
Well, he put his hand up in the air
Yeah.
for victory,
Yeah.
and here come this other horse on the outside.
Yeah.
Nice group here. Never lose Felix sitting on the front end. Now this is the first. So again, they've been going 1.5 miles. This is that first half mile.
Yeah.
So we'll get to see once they're up to full speed or partial full speed.
Yeah.
You know, kind of what they're capable of. But Pelican Owl's on the outside of Dancing in My Socks. Let's see, Rose Run and Jay's there. So nice looking group though.
Yeah, everybody's minding their manners and falling in line here, and Anthony's making his way to the front. I see Pelican Owl.
Listen, that's what Anthony does. Right?
Well,
He likes to be on the front.
yeah.
He's like Aaron Merriman.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they seem to fight over the lead a lot here.
You know, Anthony's actually picked up a decent account in the Brian Loney stable. Has been using Anthony a lot.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, Anthony's actually a good driver. He's a very underrated driver. He's harder on himself than he has to be.
Well, listen, he's got to do something to help out Mr. Loney because he's just okay.
Yeah, he's just fair. Yeah.
He actually had the track record here for a little bit with Dragon Striker, the first sub 149 mile that we had ever seen here. So
Oh wow, I did not know that.
48 and 4 for a while there. But all right, so they'll be speeding up here as they come by us. Look at this, a Trent.
Yeah, this is Amy.
This is the daughter of Jim Pansy.
Yeah, Amy likes. I notice Amy. She moves on Anthony, but she don't really. She seems to sit if anybody else. I think she knows she's gonna get there. But
So Luke, back in the studio,
mm-hmm.
has sent me the pronunciation. It's attraent. It means attractive or charming. So. Attrente. Thank you. Attrente. Okay. Attrente. I like it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Luke.
Trente.
Appreciate you paying attention back there.
There's Chris Lem's on the run again.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm ready to. Oh, here we go. Attrente. Oh, no.
Oh, and Trente and Amy McDonald is on the run.
Geez.
Back trotting.
So, let's see. Attrente.
I don't know. They're stacking up here.
Yeah. Here comes, let's see, the 4 is I'm Ready Too. That horse is another one that's sold out.
Here comes Jason Merriman from last with
Rose Run and Jay.
That thing's making a nice little sweep up here.
60% available there. So
yeah, that's
some interesting moves here. Attrente has left the course.
Yeah.
Racing, just a little greenly. Like you said, they're still young.
Oh, they're just babies. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's a big ask. This is they've been going good. This is a big ask.
Now Jason Merriman, he sort of like had to pull back on Rose Run and Jay to kind of force him into a hole.
Yep.
And he handled it like a complete professional.
Yeah,
I saw his head kind of turn a little bit, but he handled that kind of a jerk. Really well.
He looked like he was making a nice move. Is that Scotty on that horse that's in the 2? I think it is.
Never Lose Felix. He's on the 3. Yeah, he's in the 2.
Yeah. That one made a nice move and just did a nice little tuck in there too.
Yeah. Let's see here. The 1 Pelican Owl looks pretty decent in the pocket, or it should be in 3rd there. Let's see. The 5 is a Trent, and that one's running again for Amy.
Yeah. Sometimes they're just having a bad day.
Yeah, and
it happens.
Again, you just get out here on the racetrack. It's still.
I feel like the trotters, like if they come out and they're not listening, and they're just, they make a break and they're having a bad day. Sometimes you're better off just pulling them up.
And let them go back to the barn.
Do it again tomorrow. Because
look at this move from Pelican Owl.
Whoa, that one shied away.
Yeah, just a little bit there. One thing to note, we talked about sires, and we talked about the Ontario breds, Ohio breds.
Yeah.
One sire that's kind of come back around, and I say this. And if any Ohio breeders out there are listening, I say this as nicest way possible. But DeJambro, his first crop wasn't great. A lot of them like to break, but the second crop was really. And look at this, Rose Run a J. Now, Let's
Okay,
talk
I don't
about
know.
how impressive that was for a
Yeah,
minute, because you got two horses shying away and spooking and jumping, and he just.
You know what
went right
happened there?
through.
You know what happened there?
What's that?
It was just Scott Zero. He needed room, and the one horse dropped in the
What was
pass lane,
this?
and it's just like the horses literally looked at him and just both run. I mean, this guy's just on a roll. The horse is just letting him win.
Yeah, he's just.
It's not even fair.
Listen. Rose Rondo, Jason. No, Jason's on. Wait a minute.
Pelican A.
They made a
Made a driver change, I think.
driver change.
Threw a curveball at us. I thought that was Scotty on the 6th.
It is Scotty. Yeah. He had another Moses moment. But
Yeah, of course he did. I mean, that's what happens. Why would you ever leave the rail?
But so let's talk about how, as a yearling, how impressive that was. The horse sees horses jumping all around him, sees things going all around, and just keeps the task and keeps.
It's hard to keep them on focus when they do that. It's hard because they're like, what's going on here? They're following the leader, right? And they get a little lost, and you're coming in between horses, and it's very nice.
All right, so that's set number 5. We'll give away another prize here in just a moment. 2023 highlights for TheStable.ca, Sintra.
Oh, Sintra.
November 18th was officially retired. Sintra made a lot of money, was picked up by TheStable.ca, I believe, before the Gold Cup and Saucer.
He was.
2 or 3 years ago, correct?
Yeah, he was, yeah. And Anthony won the Gold Cup and Saucer with him in Charlottetown. Was really cool. It was nice to see Anthony get that one. He'd been trying, I think, 8 times, and finally got a win. And actually, James is the only one that hasn't won the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Oh, there's a shock, right?
Yeah. What are you gonna do? He's just, But it'll be tough for him right now, because it always falls in the end of August, 3rd week in August, and it's there's always the Metro, and James usually has nice horse to drive, so it's sometimes can be tough to go down there at that time of year,
Now, Sintra was returned to the Maneri family during the retirement ceremony.
Was cool.
Great gesture from Anthony McDonald in the photo here. I mean, you could just see the love for.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was great. I remember we all watched it in the Mohawk. I was up at Mohawk that night. We all watched Sintra in the driver's room. Me and James won the elimination with him.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, set number 6. 2 sets left to go on the TheStable.ca broadcast here this morning. As we're looking at I'm Ready To. So again, if you're wanting to purchase any shares, you can visit TheStable.ca for more information. There's lots of shares available of different horses. They range. Better buy it now before it's almost like the stock market a little bit. The price of paper can go up a little bit, right? Depending on how they're training or
yes.
what have you.
I mean, as they progress along, and we've seen like some of them, they looked super impressive.
Yes.
Already. Like I gotta go back to that chapter 7. That's brother to Kierkegaard. I thought he looked a little fiery, but they'll settle. I like the look of that one.
Well, that's how the pricing works for the stable, right?
Yeah.
As the horses tend to improve, you want to get in. I want to say that you want to get in cheap, right? Get in cheap.
And everybody.
The stock starts to move up, and then you could sell your share that you might have bought for $100 Canadian for 600 Canadian, and that's kind of how some people play the game.
Yeah, and if you get a horse like that could be potentially high end. You're gonna have some fun. I mean, you get to compete with the top guys at a discount.
Absolutely. There are 4 that are available for purchase in here, but we'll get to that in a second. Trevor Frizzell, I believe, is watching on YouTube. Trevor Frizzell, you've got a $25 client account credit from TheStable.ca here from the Winter Open House. Merry Christmas early, Trevor Frizzell. And these are some great prizes. Let's kind of reinvest into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Anthony's always got to, he's always coming up with ways to get people involved, and just little giveaways, a little gesture. It's nice.
Maybe he'll give you a few shares if you're nice to Kierkegaard.
Probably not. Probably won't even get to drive them.
Oh man! All right. So set number 6 is coming up again. Lots for sale up here. We've got the Priest with 25% available. Mountaineer Prince with 48% available. Baby Zet, that's the one I wanted to look at. Let's see, Baby Zet. $153 Canadian per share, 97% available there. You've got Cadeau, 19% available there. Then you've got Dancing by Myself and Captain Incredible will round out the field of 6 here. You're gonna wake up, get some coffee.
I know, I'm out too. I'm out.
I texted Kenny. I said, if you're still around, bring us some juice or something.
I could deal with a coffee and
we might be eating this muffin before before too long.
Absolutely.
Here. So, anyway, set number 6 is coming up here in just a little bit, and let's see. Oh, sorry. Luke said it's cadeau. Cadeau. It's French for gift.
Really? The French. What are you going to do?
Yeah, French Canadians.
Always complicating things, aren't they?
Yeah, right. Man, the French. So cadeau. That's yeah. So, anyways, so we have 2 sets left here, coming up.
Yes.
In just a little bit.
Well, I'm sure. I see they were kind of taking their time getting off the track too there. So
yeah. So
I think
maybe,
Anthony's probably doing that to drive Curtis crazy.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
Oh man. So we've been talking for quite a while. So I'm checking with our producer Lucas. Hey Luke, check your messages. I think we're going to try to take a quick washroom break. Speaking of, you guys call it a washroom up there,
I suppose,
bathroom, washroom, same thing, right?
Yeah, same thing. Washroom, bathroom,
yeah. Yeah, same difference, right?
I've gotten slack for that, using that word before. I can't help with it. It's Canadian terminology.
Let's see. All right, so once Steve is back in the control room, I think we're going to take about a 90-second break here. We're going to run to the washroom, grab a drink, maybe quickly grab an egg or two, and Mark and I will come back to TheStable.ca winter open house. Again, we're going to take about a 90-second break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at the last 2 sets. Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. Mark McDonald along with Michael Carter here. As we had to take a little bit of a break. Luke was giving me a hard time, but man, an hour and almost 2.5 hours of talking straight.
Yeah. See, I'm used to that. I'm used to that. Michael's not. I can talk for 24 hours straight, but you know.
Goodness gracious, we were starting to get a little famished. Horses for set number, Luke says he was thoroughly impressed. We're at set number 6 onto the racetrack.
There we go.
Let's see. Dancing by myself, maybe likes to be by herself a little bit. She's a little jumpy out there.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling her oats.
Yeah. Chris Lem's, good job with, and I say this, good job keeping her up because in those situations, right, sometimes you worry about,
well, the horses can injure themselves. Well, they could kick. Sometimes just feeling good, come on the track, and like he's doing there, like that horse kicks, you get the shaft between his legs, and you're away for a ride you're not going to like.
Yeah, that's.
And the horse, the horse will get injured too. So the idea, of these babies is to get them out on the track, and come back with yourself and the horse, hopefully your equipment in one piece. Especially the horse, it's like. Because they don't know what they're doing yet. They get spooked or something, but anyways, it's good to see everybody's.
Annie's with Cadeau here. There's 19% available.
Yes.
Let's flip over to Cadeau for a minute.
Trotter,
another Marseille.
Yeah, that's the Marseille.
First foal.
Yep.
Soprano Hanover. I've never heard of that one, but A Gift for You was a nice horse as well.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That was a New York horse. As a credit winner. Yep. So we'll see. We'll see. I do like the first foal, and I do like the Chapter 7. We'll just see. It's got a great looking stride. There's a 2 horse there.
Mountaineer Prince. This was one Daryl Rideout just mentioned to me. Actually,
good looking horse.
He's said that he's going to be buying several shares.
Nice long leggy horse. I like him. Nice long barrel. So I'm not very familiar with the sire. Is this a Michigan bred?
Yes, Michigan bred, which is interesting here. So. Michigan, there's a lot of money to be made.
I seen that at the end of last year. I was surprised. I didn't realize they still had such a lucrative program.
Yeah, they've got the fairs do okay. Their stakes program, of course, they're going to race until February.
Yeah.
The plan, I believe, is that they're going to potentially build a new racetrack. We'll see, if that comes to fruition or to light. But so Mountaineer Prince, Michigan bred. This could depending on what happens in Michigan, could potentially be one of the last breeding crops we see, at least for a little bit.
Jeez, I hope. I raced in Michigan. I raced in Hazel Park, in Northville, and Saginaw, or no, Sports Creek. I raced was the other track, but the Hazel Park was just a big meet back, in the late '90s, early 2000s. I mean, they went and some great horses.
Yeah,
Robitaille, Native Born, Stout, all those horses in the opens. Every week it was as tough as the opens at Mohawk.
I announced a thoroughbred card there, and you couldn't move downstairs. There were so many people. It's unbelievable how many people came to the races.
Opening night, like at Hazel Park in the spring, Windsor would kind of shut and wind down, and Hazel would open their big meet, and the guys from Florida were coming back, Kevin Wallace back then, and all them guys, Peter Wren, and it was a tough place. I'll tell you what, it was a tough place to race, but they went for good money, and it was a great program, and you had some good. It's a shame because it was such a good breeding program. Those are tough horses. Those Armbro Cadets, Keystone Raiders, and such a great program. Those were just good race horses.
All right, Captain Incredible was one we were just looking at. Here's the Priest with Scott Zeron, which aptly named the Priest and Scott Zeron.
Well, of course,
considering
all
the Jesus stuff he's been doing.
Yeah.
Pastor Stephen, this is an older sire, made over $1 million.
Yeah, that's an old, I believe, Jimmy Tactor horse. I think he was before Father Patrick, right? Was he not, Pastor Stephen?
He was, yep.
Yeah, and I drove one in the Chiplosive. That's Jeff Cullifer has that one. So this will be a half brother to Chiplosive. Made $342,000. He's just an old grinder. Chiplosive, good old racehorse. Just shows up every week. He might pace on you going to the gate, but he'll eventually trot, and away he goes. He's an old grinder. He's a nice horse, but it's a nice family. I haven't seen any by Pastor Steve. This is an older breed.
Now, let me ask you a question. So we know about half brothers and half sisters, but sometimes you hear about three-quarter brothers and three-quarter sisters in the breeding game. Explain that.
Well, it'd be like if you had the sire would be by the same sire. Like a Captain Treacherous would be a Sun Beach somewhere out of a certain mare. So if you had, say, a Captain Crunch or something, another Captain Treacherous.
Yes.
So, you know, it'd be like it's a Sun Beach somewhere line.
Okay.
So it'd be a 3/4 brother, you know.
Got it. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, interesting. You know, just to hear. You know, sometimes you learn. So a little bit steppy there was Cadeau as the tractor went by.
He's playing.
You know,
Like,
she's just enjoying herself.
She
out
is.
there, right?
She is. You can tell. She's strutting along and playing and yeah.
And one thing, you know, one key thing, and I think it's important to note, you know, especially if you're, you know, you're downstairs in the clubhouse or you're watching us and you're not normally an owner, you know, of racehorses, you know, the care and time that goes into these racehorses to keep them happy,
Yeah.
Is something else.
Yeah, it's nice to see, you know, a nice group of colts. No one's really acting up. You had the one kind of playing, bucking, coming onto the track, but it wasn't mean. It wasn't kicking. You know, it was just kind of feeling its oats, and just you can tell it's just a happy group. You know, it's nice to see.
I do want to thank 330 to Go, the media outlet, for coming out to MGM Northfield Park this morning. They posted some great pictures on their Facebook feed. I just checked it out. So thanks so much to Hank and those guys for coming out and checking us out here this morning. You know, good to, you know, even just a little bit of publicity.
Listen,
nice.
anything, absolutely. You know what? That's what we don't have enough of. You know, our marketing, I think, is in this game is terrible everywhere. You know, I do see they do a good job here, but some of the places you go to, you don't even know they're racing across the street, and it's tough to see because you know I remember racing when the places were packed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know and it would love to see that again.
Well,
you do see it more in Ohio, but you know I said in New York, grandstands are pretty empty.
Well, even when we were talking about the Cleveland Classics. I mean, you know. Even the grandstand downstairs would be, just stacked full of people, right?
Yeah, mobbed.
So.
The old Battle Lake area and stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Back in the heyday, right?
Yeah, like those were races you just look forward to.
Absolutely,
right? You know,
absolutely.
This is like exciting your whole day, right? It's like, wow, this race is going to be tonight. So.
It's about the feeling I get when I have a weekend off from here and I want to go to Wheeling. There's only 2 dog tracks left, and
oh really?
I just love going to the track.
Yeah.
In general, right? As a fan, but it's I love to go to the dogs. It's it's a passion of mine. I enjoy
really?
going,
I've never been.
Never been. It's a fun little gig, and again, I just want to go hang out with Kenny and Matt Rose, or hang with some buddies.
Yeah,
and
for
have
sure.
A beer or two.
Yep.
And bet the races.
Yeah.
But look at this, Mountaineer Prince head down and gliding right along.
I know
here.
it looks nice.
That's
the Michigan horse,
yes,
right?
Yeah. We've got the Dancing by Myself currently in what we'd call the pocket. Dancing by Myself.
Yep.
I could find my sheet here.
Uncle Peter, Dancing by Myself.
Dancing by Myself. There it is.
Oh yeah,
Uncle Peter.
There's in the third dam is I see Yes Mickey down here in the third dam.
Yeah.
Nice horse.
Yeah. There's some really nice Adrian Chip in the third dam.
Yeah, no, they get
who
some
remembers that, right?
Yeah.
Adrian Chip, I believe, was a Hamiltonian Oaks champion.
Yeah, $1.1 million winner, and Yes Mickey's $662,000. So it's always good. You look at the money in the black type. I mean, that's the key, And this is
now the black type is stakes, correct?
We're talking stakes money. So this is a Dancing by Myself. Yeah, the mother had one foal and it died.
Oh.
From one foal, died in 06 or 2020, December 6th.
So we got the Captain Incredible, the Captain Treacherous.
Yep.
Let's see, son of Maddie's Terror Girl.
Wow, Drop the Ball was a killer.
Yeah, Drop the Ball was really nice.
And I drove Straight Shooting. That was a really good horse.
So,
this one's really
got some breeding. Too.
Yeah, a lot of good horses.
Let's see, we got the Priest. Who haven't we touched on here? Cadeau is at the back there. Cadeau's just kind of gliding along.
Yeah.
Baby Zet. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Baby Zet, but Baby Zet is a daughter of Cantab Hall.
Yes.
Second dam, New Heaven, Heavenly Zet. And, she is right now nowhere to be found, but. Here's the thing: if you're on track here,
you can see it.
You can see where she's at. But We cannot. Obviously, Steve-O can only pan so well. There she is. Okay, she's back there.
Made
Thanks,
a break.
So
having one of them bad days.
Yep.
Having a bad hair day right off the bat.
So here's Cadeau moving up.
Yep.
I found out while
Amy's
we're
making a move.
They can hear us on the TVs downstairs. So
Oh, good.
so they hear everything we're saying. So that's good. So thanks again to everybody who's having breakfast downstairs. But yeah, Cadeau, Amy McDonald, there's your girl.
Yeah, making a move to the front here.
Let's see, who's on the 5? That is Chris Lems.
Yeah, Chris Lems, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
He's on the 5.
Amy trying to steal a show here. That's a really nice looking horse, Cadeau.
Yeah.
On the front. You can buy Cadeau. There is 19% left. If I can get to the right screen here, where is Cadeau? It's $332.90. It's an Ohio bred. Marseille is in Ohio now.
He's a good gaited trotter, and I like the long. It's just long. It almost looks like an international money.
This might be the first crop of Marseille, maybe?
I'm not sure. He was like 2016, yeah. So.
Let's see, Captain Incredible making a little bit of a jump there.
Yeah, he got spooked, I think, when the one moved.
Here's Dancing.
They're moving right along here.
Yeah, they're moving at a good clip.
Yeah, they're stepping along a little bit more than the other groups.
Let's see here, we got the Priest, second over, third. That's a really, really nice looking horse.
Yeah, I do like the one, the 2 horses. That little Michigan bred horse looks.
Hey, he should keep it up okay. And
Yeah.
I love the gait, love the high step to her.
Look at the ears up. I like it.
Yeah, it's a solid group here as they come.
They're all so far. They're all minding their manners. I don't want to jinx it. Get a little crooked. Steady.
That's a good job by Amy.
Yeah.
And here comes Anthony to try to spoil the party.
I got Zeron actually.
Is it Zero?
Yeah, I think that's Zeron.
Oh, well, I don't want to call him that because he might get offended.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the
I'm
Priest. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, he calls us. Yeah,
Man. The Priest closed the game late there in the end. There's Captain Incredible who, made a miscue going up the backstretch, but came back nicely.
yeah.
So, Steve, and of course, you had Baby Zet, who made a break early. And again, if you're on track here, you can still see, see Baby Zet on the track. Thanks, Steve-O, for giving us that extra camera view. Again, thanks to Steve-O and Connor here at MGM Northfield Park for doing a great job switching for us. Steve-O brought in a camera guy, and Steve-O's in there switching from screen to screen. So thanks to those guys for running the TV for the broadcast here. Curtis and Luke are back in the studio as they get ready for the Winter Drivers Challenge at the Raceway at Western Fair District coming up. We've got one more set here coming up. Then we will switch over to that at 12:55. So make sure you are
Dialed in to the Toys for Tots. James McDonald. Let's see what he does at Western Fair. I don't know. It's be nice to see him lose.
I gotta see who's. I gotta ask Curtis who's hosting the Drivers Challenge event. I bet you it's Greg Blanchard or Mark McKelvey.
That would be my guess.
But we'll see what happens. We'll see what they have to say. Anyway, so we got one more set to go. More 2023 highlights. Week of July 16th celebrated 17 winners, including 6 on July 21st. Who panics all these things? I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot. That's
Gypsy Hill.
Yeah, Crantini.
Yep.
5 fish species. Yep.
All right, so we got another winner, $25. I heard it's Mark McDonald. Just kidding. It is John Nislick. John Nislick. Congratulations, John, on winning a $25 client account credit here from TheStable.ca. Lots of great things going on. We'll get to we'll get to some more notes here in just a minute. Don't forget, you can tip the caretakers and the riders by visiting tiptop.com/TheStable Canada. I believe that is the website. I could be wrong, but I'm going to double check my notes here in just a minute. But or you can go in your packet. There's a QR code. Scan it. Go to the website. Make sure to take care of those guys. Again, we can't stress enough. the caretakers and grooms do an amazing job each and every day.
It's tough to get all these babies out like they're doing. They're doing a good job, and this is not easy.
No, I mean, we started at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
We've had 6 sets thus far. That's 36 babies going out to do training miles. I mean, that's a lot
Just
of
getting
work.
them in and out is super tough. It's not easy. So so far so good. One left to go here, and let's hope everything goes good. Everything seems to be going good and on time and on point.
So the trainer here, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. The trainer here at MGM Northfield Park is Jason McGinnis.
Yes.
He does a great job up in Canada, but he's away today. I don't know how he got off today, but he somehow got away, and he took his little lady to the Cincinnati Bengals game. They have front row tickets to her birthday or something, a Christmas present or something. So
Would he lose a bet or?
Yeah, I guess, man. Him and Grismore got into it. And, Grismore's a big time Cincinnati fan. But kudos to him. Jason does a great job with his horses here.
Yeah, Jason does a great job. I've known Jason a long time. He actually used to run Herb Miller's barn in Canada.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. That's he did a great job up in Canada. It was originally, I think it was Herb Miller and Tony Alagna there for a long time.
Okay.
And then Tony, obviously went on his own, and his career took off, and Jason was Herb's trainer up in Canada. Did a great job. Really took pride in what he did and knows his stuff.
Yeah, and Jason, not only is he a great horseman, he's an even better person.
He is, the whole family. I know David, his dad, and Kirby, his brother.
Except for Kirby. Listen,
Kirby Paddock.
Likes Metallica a little bit.
He does. He likes the heavy, but Kirby Paddock, my first Gold Cup and Saucer winner.
Okay.
Sandals Dexter,
Okay.
2003.
I don't think I knew you won a Gold Cup and Saucer.
I had 3 of them.
Sorry, who are you again? No, I'm just kidding.
It's actually I did lose 1 Gold Cup and Saucer, but I lost one.
Did you?
I had 3 wins and a third.
3 wins and a third. You're about like
4 times.
Listen. So
they brought in a ringer. That wasn't fair. They gave him the rail. They brought in. It was actually funny because it was Mr. Ted Gwartz and they owned the horse and Driven to Win. Wally Hennessy.
Okay.
Joe Holloway.
Oh,
Scotty Bell was down as trainer, and
Wally
he was better. He was probably better than everybody anyway. They didn't have to give him the rail. Wally. It's Wally. It's the rail. Yeah, I know. It is what it is.
It's Wally. Listen, you gotta let him win one once.
Well,
in a while, right?
yeah.
He's just okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
So, anyways, we are live from the studio here at MGM Northfield Park as we continue the stable open house as we talked about earlier. Well, Luke gave me somewhat of an answer. The Drivers' Challenge at the Raceway at Western Fair District begins at 12:55. Greg Blanchard and Mark McKelvey standing by. Another Cujo Entertainment COSA TV production as we will send it to them as soon as we are done here with the final set. Set number 7, just 2 horses available for sale here. We've got Arrowhead Hanover and Manhattan Money, both available for sale. Chris Lems is on Arrowhead and Hanover, the son of International Money and son of Arena Hanover. This is one I'm not familiar with Arena Hanover.
Arena Hanover, yeah. This is a Donata Hanover mare. I know this family, the second dam. So the second dam, Angel Pie, up front Billy. I used to drive him. Mark Ford had him. He almost made $1 million the hard way. He was in overnights and stuff, and 866,000. So the mother would be a sister to up front Billy and that family, and it's a good group of horses. So it's an International Money.
All right, another I'm going to assume is an International Money. It is Manhattan Money. This is the son of Manhattan Oz.
Yeah.
This is the one Manhattan Oz by Muscles Yankee, who was a really nice horse. Now the second dam produced the Lion King Oz at $446,000. Multiple earners of over $100,000 for the second dam.
Yeah, I see that. It looks like a lot of Ohio horses too, and yeah, it's like a nice credit winner. That's just a credit winner mare. There's a way, $151,000. Yep. So we'll see what they look like on the track.
Manhattan Money, $304.37 Canadian per share. It's a Pennsylvania bred by International Money. Green Glitter, this is a sire we haven't talked about yet this afternoon. Green Shoe.
Yeah.
Listen, Green Shoe, I compare him and Mission Brief because when they were on, they were on.
Yeah.
When they weren't, they were not. And unfortunately for the connections of Green Shoe, you know, he almost made a break in both the Hambletonian elimination and the Hambletonian final.
Yeah.
Wasn't the cleanest gated trotter in the world, but when he was on, boy, I'll tell you what, he was a monster.
Yeah, it was mental with that horse. Like, a lot of it was mental. Like, he'd make mistakes behind the gate, and he actually got jammed up in the first turn. I think Jimmy Tactor had left from the outside and kind of squeezed Brian a little, and I'm not sure. I'm not so sure if that didn't bother him more than anything. You know, he might have shut off a little bit, but who knows? But Brian's here was the perfect driver for that horse. Like, he just fit him like a glove because he's so patient. And he sit him in and let him. He'd always come flying on the end, and it'd be interesting to see it. I know I trained a couple green shoes that Ray had bought. Ray Schnicker has bought a couple really nice looking green shoes.
How are the babies doing? The green shoe babies, I mean.
Well, I would say, like, I think Marcus Melander was asked that question in Lexington. He said he'd give him like a B minus. Like, he hasn't had that, but it is his first crop. And I drove one for Anthony. I've only drove a few. I've liked them. I know the ones Ray's got are super nice gated, and they all they do is trot. They've already, you know, So we'll see. You can't really judge a sire off one crop. It's a fickle business, so they don't have a long shelf life if they got to produce something right away.
Yeah, this is very true.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if you want to go purchase some shares of these horses that you've seen today, or you just want to purchase a share at any point, you can visit TheStable.ca and click the horses. You know, own a little, love it a lot. Anthony posts weekly updates.
Yeah.
He posts videos all the time. I swear he's going down the road making TikToks. Like,
he's got this little thing on his window. Yeah.
You know, so anyway, so make sure you just purchase a horse, even 1%. That'll make a good Christmas present for your wife, for your kids, and you know, enjoy a summer out at the races. One of the big races, at least here in Ohio, is the Next Generation. It's a $150,000 stake event. It's a $10,000 entry fee, and granted, it's a big entry fee to ask, but Anthony's had one in it, I believe, every year.
Yeah, Anthony. Well, one thing about Anthony, he'll put him in it like he had a horse in the Mohawk Million too, and that's it. You know, that was a $100,000 starting fee. Unfortunately, he drew the 10-hole, but it's like you get paid to play, you know, and that's why it's nice to buy a smaller piece if you don't have that kind of money.
Absolutely.
You know, you can still own a small piece of a horse in a race like that, and you can still make a little money and be part of it.
100%. You
know, it's not easy to do if, you know, it's a lot of money.
So Aunt Lily will have post 2 here, and this is an Uncle Peter out of an unraced mare, First Dam, by Lucky Chucky. Produced Sierra Girl, who made $252,000. So it proves that you don't necessarily have to race as a dam to be on the scene.
Well, look at Gone Baby Gone, right? That's Kierkegaard never raced. So it's more about the bloodlines, you know, what they got. I mean, you don't. Sometimes you see great brood mares that were great racehorses. Like Check Me Out was, you know, like through King of the North, but. A lot of the times they don't, you know, they don't. They just the great mares just aren't they just don't throw the good ones sometimes. You know, it's hard to. I guess it's like the sires almost. How do you know? You just really don't know.
All right, so Yeva St. Camp draws was assigned post 6 by Anthony.
Anthony assigned him the 6-hole. Yeah.
We should really pay attention to this horse, though, because Jason Merriman's driving, and he's gotten to drive some really nice stock. This is a Walner Colt out of an unraced mare, Side Away. This is the first foal out of Side Away. Second dam, Joanna Lindy, was by SJ's Photo, and Wild Honey is hard to ignore. 1.6 million.
Yeah, that's a Hambletonian Oaks winner. You know, so the mother's a Donato mare, sister to a Hambletonian Oaks winner, and it's a Walner. I'd be interested to see what this guy looks like. February foal too. February
so early. That's good, right?
He should be a little more developed than some of the other ones. So it'd be interesting to see what he looks like on the track.
Speaking of the racetrack, let's take another look at the racetrack. We do race tonight here at MGM Northfield Park. First post is 6 o'clock. We're currently on a 5-day-a-week schedule. And the track is in great shape. They've done a great job keeping it up this morning. That's something else I think it's kind of remiss, right? On these training days is, you know, the track sometimes gets chewed up, sometimes gets a little deep down there at the rail, but it looks pretty good, except minus the guy going the wrong way on the rail. On the pylons,
galloping on the rail.
Going the wrong way, right? But you know, no, they've done a great job monitoring it.
Well, it was, you know, it poured rain all night, and it was cold and rainy, and I thought they'd be mud and everything else, and it's turned out to be a nice day.
Yeah, and then going up the backstretch there, you see another nice shot again.
Yeah, they have the track good here always. You know, usually they do a good job.
So we, but yeah, we race 5 days a week. Currently, we're right now on a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday schedule right up through the end of the year. And then we go to 4 days a week. After that, we drop Mondays to get away from you guys up at Mohawk. Well, I say you guys. You're not going back up to Mohawk. But there it is. There's our live racing calendar.
There we go.
See, we gotta sort of self-promote a little bit.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely.
First post is 6 o'clock each night, but then we go back to 4 days. Come in January. Hey, our Santa Sac Fan Appreciation Night coming up. On December 16th, lots of great promotions. Santa's Reindeer Race, the Pick a Present prize drawings, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be here giving away big screen TVs, along with runner-up prizes, a $50 voucher. So lots of great. I've seen some of the presents. Lots of really nice stuff that they're giving away: gift cards, TVs, gift sets, cash. I'll be here. I'll have my. I got to show you the suit. The suit's pretty sharp. You'll appreciate it.
I thought you were going to say you're coming with the cash can. And just
yeah, I would. That would be nice. Yeah. But
all right.
It lights up and everything.
All right. I like it.
Suit that lights up. So.
Yeah, I like it.
You know,
some swag. It looks like you could be on like Barstool Sports or something.
That's right. So anyway, so lots of great things coming up. Once again, if you are listening in here on the broadcast, is our final set. The show at the Raceway at Western Fair District is kicking off here momentarily. In fact, I think I just saw it pop up on my thing as something to watch. So the Costa TV broadcast coming up at the Raceway at Western Fair District here in just a little bit. In fact, as I say that, Martin McKelvey and Greg Blanchard are coming on the air right now as we speak in London, where the weather is, well, it looks cold.
Yeah, and look at that wind. Right?
Windy and cold.
Right? Yeah, that wind's blowing. The flags are blowing. It looks chilly.
Yeah, it definitely looks chilly. So anyway, so make sure you check out as soon as this last set is over with. Don't leave us to go to them right now. Wait till this last set is over with, and then you can go check them out. Greg Blanchard and Martin McKelvey standing by at the Raceway at Western Fair District. All right, set number 7. We're taking a look at number 6, Yevis St. Kemp, excuse me. Jason Merriman is in the sulky. And what I really like about this colt is just kind of how built up he is. But, his ears are pricked. They're kind of bouncing back and forth. He's looking around. Yeah. Everything seems good.
Yeah, he's just out there bouncing around looking for some company, it looks like.
Yeah.
I noticed he's got Anthony said the trotting hobbles on a few of these already. Just to probably help steady them, Yeah.
All right, Aunt Lily, Hunter Myers, we've called his name a couple of times here this afternoon. This is the Uncle Peter filly by Chucky's Lucky Charm. Doggone Lucky made $672,572 in 13 wins. And then, of course, you've got Ebby's Lady. Ebby's Lady made $186,000 as well.
Yeah, and this is his sister, the Sierra Girl. That was a bar-hopping filly, a nice filly. So she made $250,000.
All right, and I was wrong. It's not. It's Martin McKelvey and Chris Christoforou doing TV up there.
All right. Throw the Golden Greek in there for a little.
So the two of them they were afraid of getting cold in the. They were afraid of getting cold.
He might be after Waple's job.
Hey, you know what? Randy Waples does a great job up there. I give Randy credit.
Yeah,
he's transitioned well.
He's always been. He used to do the show before he really took off as a driver. I remember way back in the day. Him and I think Karen Fiquette before she married Joe Houdon used to do the show, and then Randy started driving a lot for I think Fred Hoffman. But he's very well spoken. He does a good job.
All right, so we've got Arrowhead Hanover on the screen. Just kind of I don't want to say lazy, but just kind of relaxed.
I like it. I like it. Yeah,
just
chilling. Yeah.
I like the color of this horse.
Just nice and calm and just enjoying her day. I like it.
Listen, I know we don't talk about the color very much, but this is a very pretty looking animal here.
Yeah, as long as they're not red, you don't really have to talk about the color.
I guess that's true. That's true.
But Anthony did have Crantini, so.
Yeah, was Crantini red?
He was bright red.
Bright red?
Yeah.
So are the red ones just just okay, or they like the gray ones? You know.
Nah, it's just like an old wives' tale, really. You know, I don't think it really matters. I'm sure Admiral's Express was pretty good. He was great. You know.
Here's another one we wanted to look at in Manhattan Money. Just kind of throwing his head around a little bit here. This is a gelding by International Money out of Manhattan, Oz. You know, the second dam produced, again, the Lion King Oz, who made $446,000.
Yep, and this is this there's second foal, and it's a muscle Yankee mare. I mean, is that her right? Is that the one right there on the track? Yeah, is that the one Anthony's track? Or Amy?
No,
Amy.
Yep.
Yep. So, anyways, Amy's been going with some decent trotters here today. Doing a good job, keeping them all trotting.
So Grand Slam Deo is interesting for one aspect only. It is a Deo, and there's a horse that races up in Canada named Carter Michael Deo.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, I thought was named after me, but apparently it is the son of Deo Valente Farms. One of the owners is named Michael Carter. So
Carter Michael Deo.
Listen, so.
Oh, this is Up Your Dale wasn't far off from winning the Hambletonian this year.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Aki's trotter. He won the Beal at Pocono. I was third in there with Kierkegaard. Aki had won with that horse. That's a really good horse, Up Your Dale.
Propulsion this is the sire. That was a really nice horse, too.
Oh, gosh, was he ever. That was the horse. Yeah, he'd won the Elite Lop and whatever, and I think he had something with his paperwork in Sweden, so they sent him back here, but he was just an absolute beautiful horse.
Yeah, I think, I want to say, I want to see now, I got to look, because that dollar amount does not look right.
Propulsion?
Yeah.
They took some money back. They took it back. Yeah, they did. Because he had won some big races, but I think because his paperwork was filed incorrectly when he went.
That's right.
Originally went to Europe, that he had to forfeit some of that money back.
So and so that it's
he was
important.
He won the Elite Lop. I mean, this is as good as they get.
Yeah. So one thing to note, if you're sitting downstairs and wondering, oh well, he only made $86,000.
No,
been that great. No.
No.
Propulsion was.
He made way over $1 million.
Yeah. I think it was something to do with he was nerved or something like
when
that.
he was, I think when he was younger, his feet were bothering him, and I believe he had. So they had done something to his feet to just make him more comfortable.
Yep.
And which is well within the rules here and regulated, but in Europe, in Sweden, it's not. So the horse was then ruled ineligible, and I think he had to give us some of his money back.
Yeah. So
on no fault of the horse.
No, and that it's key to note that because. Again, when you're looking at, it's kind of like What the Hill, right? Being disqualified of the Hambletonian. You look at those
what he
things
did,
and you know exactly what he did.
Propulsion was a special horse.
And Propulsion was a very, very nice horse. But like you said, Up Your Deo was a solid performer as well.
Beautiful horse. He's a New Jersey Sire Stake champion, and he was always in every Grand Circuit race this year. He was always in the hunt. I mean, he's got 781,000, and I mean, he wasn't. Probably was he maybe half a length.
Much. Yeah, it wasn't a horse you talked about a lot, right?
Yeah.
I think we all would want just one Up Your Deo.
I would say,
to be a solid, just be there every week, right?
Yeah, he's just an ultra consistent horse. Really, really nice horse. Yeah. So it's interesting. Like this is, I mean, I would think, this is a sister, a bay sister to Up Your Deo by Propulsion. I mean, so. Monetarily, this horse is already worth a lot of money as a broodmare.
So Up Your Deo actually won the Yonkers Trot.
Yes.
And
well aware.
Listen, so but in that mile, because again I had never called a major stake prior to that, and I made sure to make it a point that to everybody to know, Up Your Deo was riding this train to the Hambletonian, and it just came out. I didn't plan
it was
that.
a good call.
Like it wasn't planned like that. It just happened to be. And then over the next couple of weeks, he was just, he wasn't around. Crap, I'm getting ready to look like a dummy now. And boy, he finished a strong.
Yeah, Aki had a good day. His horse is Up Your Deo and Bond in the she wasn't far. She just get nipped in the. And the Hambo Oaks.
It's amazing what Aki's been able to do in his short
amount
of time here, right?
Yeah, I always say Aki and Sarah collect good trotters, like I collect hockey cards.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, every good trotter. I mean, they've had just about every good trotter. And
Yeah,
looks like
yeah. You could almost just give the award to hockey, like just pick one of your horses.
Yeah,
the Dan
right.
Patch. Which one do you want to win in the Dan Patch?
Let's if we can maybe go back and pan. It looks like we have an equipment adjustment there on Manhattan Money. The 4 was getting a little bit of an adjustment there.
Yeah, this guy looks a little
revved
up.
So there's Green Glitter. This is the green shoe, and that doesn't shock me. Green shoe
No.
is always a little keto.
Yeah, yeah. That's I guess a lot of them were like that. The ones I only drove a few in there, very nice, but I see they can get turned on pretty easy.
There we go. There's Manhattan Money.
Yep.
Looks like they fixed whatever. And that's another key thing, right? Like before they go with these training sets, they want to make sure all the equipment is set.
Oh,
the
yeah.
equipment's ready to go because it's a safety thing, right?
100%.
Make sure they're,
Well,
they're
like
done
you got
right.
trotters with hobbles. A hobble break starts hitting a baby in between the legs or something. You know what I mean? Something like that. Just something like that. I mean, that could cause a big could get you hurt, get someone hurt.
Well, Jason had one, get loose about a year ago, and what had happened was the shaft. So they got the one side clicked with no problem, and the horse took off. Well, what happened was the other side was still loose, so it was hitting the horse in the side, and just the horse didn't know what was happening.
No, it scares them, and horses have a fight or flight response right there. It's always going to flight.
Yep.
So,
and I helped. Assisted with that, catching that one, and
nothing.
while nobody got hurt, the horse didn't get hurt. Everybody's like, well, "What happened?" I was like, "Well, as soon as I was holding the horse's head, and I could see where the issue was. Like it wasn't like he was injured or anything. He just
startled.
Yeah,
and then when they take off, like nothing will stop a scared horse.
Yes.
When they're scared, they got that flight response, and they're gone. That's just adrenaline.
Yeah, they just take off and
Well,
they want to get away from
whatever it is. That's just in their nature,
It's just like just like the human response, right? Like if you're scared of something here,
you're gonna move.
How many times you want to get out of the way from whatever it is?
It's just you. Yeah, absolutely. So anyways, looks like they're lining up here again.
Yeah, set number 7. This is the final set of the morning here on TheStable.ca holiday edition. It's been a lot of fun talking about these horses, seeing some of the babies of tomorrow. Anthony does, 2 of these a year, I believe?
Yeah, I think he does too.
One in the spring, one in the winter?
Yep.
This one's always right around Christmas time.
Yeah, I think it was Christmas Eve the last time I did it. I was in PEI.
Wow.
Yeah, we were in PEI. I was during COVID, and everything was kind of shut down. I think
he doesn't let you have a break, does he?
I was actually on the island. I went home to see my boys, and they closed the bridge down. It was a new variant had come in. It was like just a crazy time, right? And so we ended up staying there for a month, and me and my dad.
Yeah.
The big Fred, I know he'll be watching right now. He had eye surgery, and give him a shout out for sure. But me and him did the show from Charlottetown, from the studio in Charlottetown. It was good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so again, it's about 1.5 miles. They'll go around 3 times. Right now on the front end is Grand Slam Deo. Currently sold out. Scott Zeron is in the sulky. This is the filly by propulsion. And right now has a pretty solid, lengthy lead, but they're not moving too quick at this point.
No, they're just jog speed, really. Yes. No, they're not. But they're just kind of. I see Anthony was having some trouble with the one he was driving there, the Green Glitter, the green shoe. Yeah, Anthony's in the shocker. He had his a little wound up. But the rest of this group just doing their job, just moving along comfortably. Sometimes it's harder to make them mind their business when they're going that slow. They're not paying attention, and they knuckle over or stumble or.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mention that because then like when I'm calling races, I would much rather call a 12-horse field than a 5-horse field because your brain starts to fall asleep, right? Like you don't want to get bored with what you're doing.
Yeah. Like look at the difference in the body language of how comfortable Scott's horse is. I mean, it just run. I am a mush. But with Anthony's horse, you could tell he's a little fiery sitting back there. He's kind of been wrestling with him.
He doesn't want to sit.
No, chin tucked right in. Yeah.
Yeah, and
he's trying to just get it to follow.
Scotty did a really good job. Let's note that Scotty did a really good job avoiding a potential mishap there.
Yep. Well, and that's what happens. You know, like Anthony's horse is grabbing on, and the guy in front of him runs, and they're babies, right? They don't know any better.
Right. Well, in this situation, Scotty actually, his horse tried to like cut in front of the other two. So great job by everybody involved. So they're a little scattered here, but you've got Aunt Lily on the front end doing some nice work.
Yes.
Hunter
Myers.
The daughter of Uncle Peter. The unraced Chucky's Lucky Charm, and I'll tell you, she's stepped away here.
I know,
now, granted, they had that little bit of a mishap, but she's doing good things.
And I think we lost Scotty somewhere. I don't know if he had trouble setting Grand Slam Dale. There he is.
Back there.
I see him.
Okay.
All right.
So he's still on the bike, so that's good.
Yeah, they're moving along. They're starting to move along here a little bit now.
Arrowhead Hanover's got a little bit of a kick to him. That's nice. So does the 5. Who's that? That's That's a green shoe horse.
Yes, that's Anthony's. Yeah, he looks like he's got that one settled now.
Has Aunt Lily made a break?
Lily, it's tough. Like you put these 2-year-olds on the front. You know, they don't know, and they don't have anyone to follow to keep their focus, especially when they're going real slow.
Yep.
You know,
well, and I think what's important to notate too, after that mishap around the far turn the first time, it's good to see these horses kind of come back and like do their work still, right?
Just,
like, you know, you think, maybe they'd be a little shy. Now this would be the turn that maybe they would get a little goofy in, but they're all just professional, all doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Right now, they're just following the leader and doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I think Anthony, like, he had a little trouble getting that green shoe fella settled, and Scotty's back on the run. His
Grand Slam Day back there.
Having a little problems with his, isn't having a good morning. But that's what trotting fillies do to you.
Yeah, that's right. Arrowhead Hanover is up by, what, about 2.5 or so lengths.
Yeah.
They got 1 lap to go here.
Yep.
And in this final set, this Arrowhead Hanover, another son of international money. We keep following him. There we go.
Yep.
And looks like Grand Slam Day is back on here. Arrowhead Hanover, son of international money.
Yes.
Just a nice looking trotter.
Just professional. Like I said, up front Billy was like, that's the family, and it was the most professional horse. It was just such a nice horse. He was actually fun to drive. He was one of my favorites. He's just an old raceway open trotter.
Yep.
He raced forever and just a good horse.
Arrowhead Hanover has shares available for $425 Canadian per
Cheap.
share.
That's very cheap for that.
Yes.
That's a nice looking horse.
Nice looking horse here. Here comes Aunt Lily back up outside of horses with about a 1/4 mile to go.
Yeah, I just put 1/4 left here. Looks like they're all minding their manners.
Yeah. Manhattan Money.
It's nice to see Anthony's got those green shoes settled in there nice.
Yeah, she finally.
Yeah, she was fiery, but now you can see her chin stretched out. She's trotting nice. She's not fighting them.
You're down into the passing lane.
Anthony's going to give a little peek into the passing lane. Jeez.
Boy, holy smokes.
Anthony's finishing with a bang here.
Green Glitter's got
a big
though,
turn of foot
one
there.
of the things Green Shoe had, he
Yeah.
had a big turn of foot.
Yes, huge.
And look at the way that this horse is trotting out here. Wow.
You can see
it's solid.
Yeah. That horse looked tremendous.
Where could I buy some of those shares? I sold out, of course, but wow. Big effort there by Green Glitter.
Yeah, and Green Glitter's out of All Reg. This All Reg Star was a good mother. It was like 420,000.
Look at this filly. I mean, just high stepping, nice. This is one that is probably going to be pointed for the next generation next year, if I had to guess. For the trotting fillies.
You can see she's still a little fiery, but she needs to learn to settle. But definitely got the
take
speed.
Her to the fence and
definitely
get her stopped.
Yeah,
oh yeah, 100%.
Got the speed if you just slow her, keep her to.
I say the next generation. Actually, I mean the New Jersey Sire Stakes program, because that is a New Jersey Green Shoes, New Jersey.
Yeah.
It's pretty. I don't know if it's sad or if it's good that I'm like I can tell you where each sire's just about at now. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
You start learning where these things are at, and you know.
Well, there are so many different programs. We got New Jersey and PA, and like I said, a lot of Kentucky's taking a lot of horses.
Absolutely, absolutely.
A lot of big barns, a lot of horses in Kentucky now.
All right, so we got one more winner for you here. One more prize winner of the $25 client credit. We'll get that name up on the screen here momentarily. Once again, if you enjoyed our show, make sure to check out the broadcast of the driving challenge at the Raceway at Western Fair District.
Toys for Tots.
Toys for Tots. That's a great cause there.
Team James McDonald. I don't know.
Yeah, James McDonald. Yeah, versus
Tyler Borth. Team Borth. Yeah, so we'll see. He'll play James. Yeah.
Go join Chris Christoforou and Mark McKelvey out there. So for Mark McDonald, our great TV production crew, Luke and gang back in the TV studio along with Steve-O, and Connor on the camera and our track crew. Thanks so much for joining us. This has been the TheStable.ca open house. Thanks so much for sitting up here with me.
It's awesome. Thanks, guys. It was cool.
Awesome. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great week, everybody.
All right.
That was good, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good.
It is so tough to talk for that long.
Yeah.